And currently I'm running European project as co-leader on the European Digital Identity Wallet together with the 18 governmental groups.
Okay, thank you. So to kick it off, I'm gonna just talk about a few potentially controversial topics, and we have also the audience, so I hope you guys will trigger some questions and thoughts. So a couple of thoughts is the bottleneck for AI now is not as much the tools and the return on investment, but it's a deployment of capital into how to design a new workforce architecture. And speaking of that workforce architecture, how do we deploy that capital to actually retrain it? And using the Steve Jobs ratio, if anybody subscribes to the Steve Jobs ratio, I'd like to get some feedback. We at Project NoéMI, we believe that 1 to 50 ratio is really important, that you have to no more than 50 people for one AI accelerator, as we call it, somebody who can keep those people who can keep your company accelerating with this accelerating technology. And the other topic I would like to just start off with is, or in starting is how do we redirect this Western corporate capital away from the passive software licensing, which is the traditional licensing. I think a previous panel mentioned that one of the problems we have in Europe is our fixed mindset about how we look at these things. And maybe actually, Zoltán, you started that conversation earlier in one of the panels, and how we tie this with this traditional multi-year education that the previous panel highlighted, how it moves slowly. So with that, we have some questions for our panelists, and I would start with András, because just in case we run a little long, we know you have other commitments to run to, and we appreciate you being here all morning with us. So András, billions of dollars of corporate capital flow into software licensing. In fact, for some of it, you guys are responsible because you advise customers to spend a lot of money. And so how do you define how the perimeter is changing? How should CFOs and CISOs restructure their budgets, in your opinion?
Thank you. A number of considerations, right? So the tooling budgets in their absolute value are not going to decrease. They're going to stay where they are at. But as you said, rejigging and reconfiguring the budgets around AI to include a lot more beyond the tooling, beyond the technology is very important. So it looks like there's 4 different categories of budgets, right, associated with AI and AI security. One is generally the tooling area. 50 to 60, 65% of budgets still go to various security tools around that area. May they be data protection, understanding how data moves between various components, agents, and applications. Understanding the identity and access management relationships, how you protect your MCP servers, how you protect your entitlements, how you do a periodic governance of who has access to what, and so on. Incident response, security operations centers, application security is absolutely a critical component. How you are able to understand what kind of code you have, what kind of in-house built AI you have that is actually working on your employees or workforce's behalf, right? But this is really the well-known problems, right, that we've had, and the things that are solvable by technology, more bits and bytes and tools. There's definitely areas like operational readiness, right? So things like, are you able to do all the operations, all the backup procedures, all the various red teaming, simulations, IGA, IMG, data security, crisis management, crisis communication types of activities. So when I said, the previous category is 50 to 65% of the budget, this area is something, so this operational readiness is 10, 15%. So I want to put it out that my numbers won't add up to 100%. So it's just, because these are ranges. But, you get the point. So that's definitely. And then the two additional points are generally the human talent to operations, right, of AI operations. And that is already like 1/5 to 1/4, so 20 to 25%. These are things like security engineering, AI security support internally, security automation support, incident response, so staffing these capabilities. And then the last area, right, in the 4 areas after, as I said, the tooling, the operational readiness, and the human talent to operations is basically reducing the human talent's risk itself, right? Who you employ, what these people do. And that's, again, something around 10 to 15% of the budgets, right? So what are some of these things, right? These could be things like understanding skill deficiencies, right? This is the 150 paradigm, right? You have to have one champion for 50 lower level workers or folks who are just trying to getting caught up with AI. Access levels, exposure to problems, so what fields you are, basically what are consequences and what are the recovery areas, right? So these are all areas, right, that you want to be able to train your workforce members for and provide them with tools, provide them with mainly processes and escalation paths when they see these types of things. And then obviously training programs that use your company's instance, right, or governed instance of AI when you're doing your day-to-day job, so you don't expose company intellectual property secrets, code or whatever it is to AI on the outside world is definitely very important. So again, to answer your question, 20-25% human talent to operations, 10 to 15% human talent to risk reduction, 10 to 15% in operations readiness, and 50 to 60% in tooling. So the tooling is not going away. We are hearing just kind of at a Forrester quantitative research side of things, 75 to 80% of organizations have already started deploying AI and generative AI LLMs in their day-to-day production processes.
Thank you, András. And you said a number of things I'd like to circle back to. But first, I want to ask Ákos about what's your take on the replacement trap, which is this short-term approach of many companies where they just deploy AI to save headcount.
Well, I'm sure many of you have been in board meetings where your CEO said, "Save me $100 million." With LLMs. Well, we know all by now that is almost impossible. I took you some data that it's worth to understand before I go into details. So net job creation by 2030, reported by the World Economic Forum, projects that 92 million jobs will disappear by 2030 globally, while 170 million jobs will be created, resulting in a net gain of 78 million jobs. Goldman does do the same thing, so projects the same thing. AI currently performs only around 24% of its theoretical potential, meaning that 50-65% gap between the theoretical applicability and the actual use across all major occupational groups. What is the gap? And we heard it before. regulation, enterprise integration challenges, human oversights, et cetera, et cetera. So essentially the lack of our governance, right, is a major major problem. Labor market is increasingly bifurcating, professionalizing occupations grow twice as fast as democratizing occupations, and the AI is increasingly substitutes for specialized expertise. What do I mean by that? You go and talk to a lawyer, and instead of giving them a greenfield contract operation, you prepare something, giving the system context, and then you give it for review. So that's what does it come from? It also what we have watched increases the wage growth by 61.9%. So someone who is and knows AI to its deepest levels can achieve almost 62% of wage increase. Entry-level employment is already under pressure. Employment rates among 22 to 25 years old have fallen by 14% since April 2026. So these roles are declining by 4% annually if you look at the CAGR. And entry-level jobs postings have dropped 18 to 40% since the beginning of this year. And I can go on and on and on and on. The point that I have is that the truth is in between. It's not on either sides. The problem that we and corporate companies are facing isn't the technology itself. It is the surrounding security framework, governance framework, trust framework, and how they are using these systems. I can tell you that if you are an expert user of, let's say, cloud cowork, you can do most of the jobs that you have been doing with colleagues throughout the past 25 years, at least for my professional expertise. The question is not that. The question is, how do we integrate these systems into the larger corporate environment? How do we, for example, make sure that the system that we see at Morgan Stanley, MSCI, PwC, EY, and so on and so forth, who are developing their own tooling with frontier models, obviously, but how they are using the system, how they are plugging that into the daily operations. And that's where the gap is. And that's where we need to focus on, and that's where we need to figure out, and I'm sure we're going to hear this from others, as to how European AI infrastructure is differentiated against or towards against Chinese or American AI infrastructure. That's a huge question that needs to be discussed. Even though Mistral, for example, the latest French AI that is achieving quite high points on mathematical and coding jobs, Anthropic still moves faster. So can we allow ourselves as a company, as a country, as the European Union to rely only on our own infrastructure while we are being outraced by others? So the question to me is how we find a framework in which we can operate, how we create AI nativity, meaning how we bring up all the folks that are out there and going to be impacted. I saw a research this morning, 900,000 jobs alone in Hungary will be affected by AI itself within the next 4 years. That's a huge amount. That's 10% of our population.
Thank you. Next question goes to Vilma, but we will circle back, Ákos, because that was a few controversial or maybe provocative thoughts here. Vilma, you work with the EU frameworks a lot, and I hope you don't feel pummeled because we criticize Europe's regulatory framework these days around AI quite a bit. And just switching to the question of education. So this multi-year education, how do you see it move? Besides the fact that we know it moves too slowly, but how can we adapt it from these theoretical programs to dedicated and more compressed university tracks, as we discussed on the previous panel as well? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Balázs. I fully agree that Europe needs to accelerate skills development. And the micro-credentials are just part of the answer, but they could not be the strategy. I believe that discussion should go even broader, and because the skills alone will not determine European competitiveness. People need AI skills, businesses need AI capability, and Europe needs trusted infrastructure. The real challenge, I would say, it's moving from learning AI to deploying AI. Because Europe has invested for years in research and in education. Right now, Europe is committed 200 million to invest into AI in Europe, while billions, and 20 billions in AI gigafactories. But to my understanding and what we have discussed with the digital policy leaders, so the real investment focus should on AI deployment capabilities. And it requires capable institutions, institutional capacity. And universities should not simply certify AI knowledge. They should become partners in transforming organizations. And I would say that I think that the competitive advantage will not come from producing more AI users. It will come from creating organizations capable of deploying AI at scale. So we need faster skills, and the skills are not sufficient. Europe needs deployment capacity, and it depends on people, institutions, and trusted infrastructure. And here is Europe has a unique opportunity. And following what's happening, this really hands-on and focus on coherent and consistent European approach in AI, I would say that we have a good expectations, but the true action plan needs to be in place. And that's why infrastructure is a must, and trusted infrastructure, because you could not deploy AI without having it. And cybersecurity is a must. I mean, proper cybersecurity cross-border and in each of the country, because you could not deploy AI because if it's not in place. So it's all about the building a true infrastructure, training organizations, and I would say even more that it's not the number of people, but how many organizations we're gonna train, which could embed and deploy AI in their environment. Not just in a bubble, but in the whole environment cross-border. So it's about different investment, right? So my answer is different investment as we thought before. And I believe that the vector is right now very right, but we just need to go faster.
Thank you, Vilma. We're going to return on these points. Now we're going to move back to the other direction. We have two Andráses, so those of us who are international audience, you rarely hear two András in one panel, but it's a very beautiful Hungarian name. And André, maybe in English, is the equivalent. So you've been working with cybersecurity for a long time, and AI has kind of appended, you know, a lot of the work of cybersecurity specialists. So when you're thinking about vendor lock-in and balancing capital expenditure with this new era, and you worked, and people need to know you work with really large companies like BMW, etc. So you've seen how to deploy at scale. So how do you see how capital needs to be shifted in this new era?
Okay, so now I'm audible. So I'm very grateful that I come after you, because the last sentence was about speed. And well, in my opinion, you know, I always talk about the risks and the bad things and doom and gloom, but usually speed means some risks. So speed without direction means speed in our terminology in cybersecurity. So back to the question, how should it shift? So in my experience, most of the companies, as you said, just try to speed up and join into this AI race and deploy it as fast as they can, because they don't want to left behind and don't really expect any cybersecurity risks. And I don't think that's gonna work in the long run. What I see, some of the bigger companies who already see the risks of speeding too much says that there are some places where you can use these commercial AIs when speed, when creating value is the most. But there are some cases where we talk about sensitive data or critical asset of our companies, like intellectual properties. Can we really trust these commercial AIs? Maybe we can, because we have these contracts and we can say that they guarantee us that they don't use our data to learn, or maybe they can share. I always say when I'm on these AI congresses that or conferences that AI is just another software. For me as a hacker, it can be hacked. So your data is maybe not that secure there, but so these big companies usually think that maybe they can deploy their own AI, because right now these open source AI also matured a lot. So they are not like they was in the 3 years before. They are also very mature, and I think it is good to consider, if you work with these with data that you want to protect or your really critical asset, maybe you should also deploy your own. And my recommendation is to think about AI not just another software license, but some kind of a portfolio. You may use your commercial AI for these fast-paced, value-driven ways, but also if you think about your critical assets, your intellectual property, you should also use these open source AI. So yeah, it depends. It basically it's not nor or neither. You should use what you have, but you don't you shouldn't limit yourself. And also you talked about vendor locking. I think it's a very, very big risk, because what I see in a lot of companies, they build in one AI tool for programming, for business driving, and I think it's not a good way to say that, okay, AI does this better, so we don't need these people. So basically it's reducing the headcount, but it's a very, very big, very, very wrong way to go. So because what happens if, for example, the vendor who gives you the AI just say, okay, I want to raise my prices, or sorry, my country says that I cannot serve you anymore because the regulations, you know. What will you do if you build your business on this one tool? So I see more mature companies who say, okay, I don't want to lock in on one vendor. I want to build my own ecosystem. And I also see, by the way, very big companies who say, okay, I just chose this vendor and I built everything upon them. So I think it's a very, very good opportunity to think about this. Do we really need, or do we want to rely on one vendor? Because it poses a lot of risks. And also in cybersecurity, you know, because what happens if some vulnerability just appears and everything you built upon is vulnerable. So yeah, this is my opinion.
And actually, oh, I'm not gonna collect the.
Okay.
So there are some mics around. Alex, there is a mic close to you, and there is a mic there near Dino and near Paul. I think near me. So, the audience, what is your reaction? Anybody wants to challenge the panel here? I see Johannes ready to go. Go ahead.
The point is that a number of European states have been trying to join forces on the one hand side, but also have been trying to concentrate on European products. So there are products available, but sometimes change is difficult. Users are not really prone to it. What is your experience, András? How does that go forward for you?
Okay, so in my experience, maybe it's the bigger challenge, the users, and because what happens in the real situation? A company purchases a lot of AI licenses. It says, I adopt this for my business, and they just expect the users to adapt to this. It is a very, very similar pattern what happens in cybersecurity, because when, for example, the IT department just come to me and say, okay, we use this tool, deal with it. And this is the manual, read the manual, or don't read the manual, we just use this. And I think this is one of the biggest points that we can do if we want to be in the race and we want to win, because AI is not just another license. It drives the business, it drives the way how we work. And I see a very big lack how these companies train their people how to use it. I see good intentions and I see good ways how it started, but I don't think it's enough. My experiences, and also I talk about big companies. They have tools. For example, what everybody uses, Copilot. There is Copilot in everything, and there are trainings for how to use it. But even the trainings lack the information. What I feel, the trainers who do these trainings even lack these directions where they want to go. So if I should say something, it is a very good low-hanging fruit, because after all, the people will use it. And what I really want to propagate, that we don't want to change the people to AI. We want people who can work with it and make most value of it. So training will be the biggest challenge and always also the biggest win in this race.
So
to what I already discussed in the morning with the morning panel, so regarding where we go with the agentic human and AI hybrid systems. And I'm really interested, but it's no surprise because we are coming from similar backgrounds as well. I also worked for Morgan Stanley for almost a decade. So I know that those companies are looking for high-scaled efficiency, and they are looking for the efficiency gains. But my question is, like, what is the responsibility of such companies when they introduce those systems which disrupt their processes in many ways, and of course it might result in large-scale layoffs, and when they later on experience that those systems might be more expensive than what they thought, or there are different escalation points or human in the loop accelerations needed, and then they also adjust to it. So what might be a mindful approach to that, because they are very, very disruptive to the current business model?
GPT technologies, not in the sense of LLM GPTs, but in the sense of general purpose technologies. First of all, it's going to take somewhere between 3 to 10 years for these systems to become fully mainstream, meaning my grandma is using it. That's what I mean by mainstream. Look, you have to think about this in a 30,000 feet view. The wrapping is the security framework, right? So that's the circle. Within the circle, there's a triangle. The triangle has 3 levels: no code, low code, high code, right? Low code, no code layers are co-pilots or systems that are based on frontier models, and you can just text and chat with it and do things. And you move on to the low code layer, which requires obviously some level of system understanding. It might require, even depending on your domain, requires you to understand security security standards, coding standards, what have you, right? And then you go into the high end layer, or the high code layer, that requires software development companies doing you the software you need, right? So obviously each of these layers require different risk assessment, different regulatory environments, different models to operate within, right? So there is no one silver bullet for everything. You have to go into your company and look at the various layers, even as a regulator, as well as the one who's being regulated, right? Approaching it just from a high-end view of, okay, let's now regulate the hell out of AI, that's not gonna make us competitive, right? We need to understand how these systems are doing, what they are doing to us. Not just us as private people, but also to our balance sheet, right? And that's how you need to approach these things. And obviously you need to be mindful of how these systems are changing. But remember 1906, when New York started to replace the horses with the T models. One thing that happened, I'm sorry, I know we are on record and this is an official environment, but one thing that suddenly happened, the smell disappeared out of New York. Well, you can obviously dispute that today with a different type of smell, but the smell disappeared, right? And that will happen also with these toolings. I do not think that we are, as my research shows, that we are going to lose that many jobs. We actually see a net positive till 2030. The question is, what are those skills that are required from, not just from the university students, from my kids, from your kids, but also from us, among all of us, to be able to use this system, because essentially these systems are making us cyborgs. You are already a cyborg today, not like in Star Trek, right, where you have this in your hand, but it is on this phone, right? And you are essentially having access to a system that can solve issues while you are going to the toilet, or while you're taking a smoke, or while you're discussing with a colleague, right? This is a completely new paradigm of how we need to approach not just the business, but our own lives, right? So this will have obviously societal effect, this will have work effect, this will have effect on our personalities. But unfortunately, and I'm a bit of a gloomy person on this one, I think that this is showing a path rather to a worse outcome than we all hope this is becoming, because it's how capitalism works without control, right? And so people will use systems that are cheaper to access. I'm paying, my company's paying me, I think I calculate 700 euros a month right now for all my AI tools. But guess what? I haven't hired a single person for the past 6 months. And my productivity and my balance sheet and my pipeline has grown by 400%. So that's the danger that we are talking about. And yes, of course, we need to go into and see the security details. We need to see how the systems are working. But this is the brave new future. And you can try to stop it with regulation, but people will use systems that are helping them, not systems that are stopping them, right? I hope I was.
I think, Vilma, you have follow-up. Not yet. Mike?
To complement that, what as Johannes asked, particularly on the foreign AI products and, let's say, European ones. So most probably Europe in the nearest will not create its AI something novel model. But I think that the answer lays in the word infrastructure, because it's not longer a supporting policy, it's becoming strategic capability. Infrastructure is becoming strategic capability. Because AI moves to finance, health, mobility, manufacturing, administration, and how we can operate cross borders, cross democratic societies. And I think without trusted infrastructure and data union, which the EU has the strategy on the EU data union, and interoperability, and of course the cybersecurity, it could not be operated. And I think now the focus lays on the, let's say, having a trusted infrastructure in place, and as I already said, also those organizations capable and AI embedded into these services. So it's not about creating, let's say, well, I think that some countries are more focused to have its own product in place, but others rather see what is the best created in the world and rather take it on trusted infrastructure and deploy, and that is the answer.
A follow-up question?
Hello. This question is for Andres from Forrester. Okay, I'd like to follow up when you touched upon budgets. I'm just curious what you or your colleagues are seeing at the board level or executive level from a budgeting perspective, knowing that money has to be spent on AI. What's the conversation? What are they seeing? Is it augmentative? Is it taking from something else in their budget? I'm just trying to get a big picture on that. You know, what's that thought process happening out there, knowing that money has to be spent and very few people have unlimited deep pockets. What are they doing? I welcome your perspective.
Sure. So it's a combination, like with most things. There are areas that are being automated to a lot greater degrees, and those areas are where you see net reduction, like a proportion of budgets being decreased. So these would be areas like, you know, old school incident response, right? Hiring more people, building out of security operations centers that you already have capacities and automation. Privileged identity management, you know, you have you know, the CyberArks, Beyond Trusts of the world that already have reached the level of maturity that you don't have to have as many people to operate these resources. It's almost always, you know, all the cost is 90% human labor, or traditionally 90% of cost is human labor. So you can scale back these areas and add more and more automation. So that's one thing. AI agents in security, the tools themselves, right? So LLMs, AI, and security the tools themselves also contribute greatly to productivity gains. So things like policy authoring in security tools, policy reviews, threat discovery, triage, so first level incident response and really kind of remediations, even report generation. These are all areas where you're able to actually decrease budgets because you need fewer human people, fewer human beings to be able to do these jobs. Where there is growth, right, absolute growth, and we kind of estimate this growth to be somewhere between 5 to 10% as a proportion of the total security budget, is AI governance and AI detection and response kinds of capabilities. So these things relate to model runtime, so being able to protect against things like prompt injection by using tools, proxies, front ends. Second, the whole identity architecture, identity access management architecture that is being augmented by a new identity type, being the AI agent identity. Third, we see data protection, so how you're able to have data go through your pipelines and be redacted. So case in point, you have the co-pilot using well-intentioned employee who's putting out an HR spreadsheet or some intellectual property sensitive data to the world, co-pilot. How do you detect this? And if it's a legitimate request, how do you actually redact the data going in and coming out, you know, going out and coming back in, right, from any kind of sensitive resources. So that's the data protection element. And then there's always the third-party risk management aspect, right? When you're procuring models from really the whole world, right, from AWS, Microsoft, Anthropic, Claude, all these areas, how do you manage their third-party risk? And lastly, application security. So as you're bringing in various kinds of models into your in-house built kind of security, in-house built AI infrastructures, you have to be able to understand how those AI architectures are being built, have a AI bill of materials, in addition to the quantum security, post encryption bill of materials, security bill of materials, and analyze those. So these are the areas, right, that actually contribute to greater budgets, right? Like I said, 5 to 10% that we're seeing. But it's not a net increase because of these automations that I mentioned in my first part of my response to you.
Back. So you are seeing a trade-off.
Yeah.
They're basically the efficiencies on legacy, but they're taking those
AI being used in the legacy, but
right.
new tasks emerging that require still human in the loop because of A, the riskiness of decisions, and B, no availability of mature tooling in AI governance and third-party risk management today.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Bring it back around to the earlier question. Ákos, as you mentioned, you worked with capital markets quite a bit, and you also mentioned that unchecked capitalism might not be able to naturally get to an equilibrium that we would want. So how do you see what needs to happen in the markets, in the capital markets, or how can we encourage deployment of capital to focus on people skills, especially the part where you, I think not just you, but you highlighted that while jobs go away, the need for having people in the companies is going to increase, which means that new jobs are being created, but they're different from the current, mostly the entry-level jobs, because AI can do those. That one would think requires capital to make that shift, to make that investment into people's skills. How does that need to work? How is it possible, in your opinion? How can we navigate that area? Or can we rely on public markets or private markets? How do you see that?
If you don't find those people who know how to use this, you will train them, right? I mean, that's essentially what happens in the Hungarian public education. Those who are coming out from the university, I'm so sorry if I'm now saying that the Hungarian universities aren't that great, but who are coming out from the Hungarian university, it's being taken by big multinationals, and they're being taught how the heck they need to do their work, right? With or without AI, okay? So essentially, capital is going to flow toward the direction where there needs to be capital so that they can raise their efficiency, right? What is efficiency or productivity? Productivity is the function of speed, of the number of tasks with which you're doing that task, and the quality, right? So capital needs to flow towards these three items so that the end result, the output that these companies are turning into money, end of the day, right? Or higher than before, right? So it's a simple equation. Now, to me, what this new paradigm brought in, meaning LLMs and deep learning before that, and so on and so forth, machine learning, is that suddenly the domain expertise, if you think about these as vertical pillars, are suddenly cut through with a horizontal item that is connecting those domain-specific items. And therefore, you don't really need that much training in order to achieve the same output as a doctor needed, let's say, 20 years ago, right? Now you can go in, how many of you are using ChatGPT, Anthropic, and so on and so forth for taking a picture of a wound and saying, how terrible is this? Or of your dog, of your cat, whatsoever, right? So these are daily simple items that are slowly coming, and therefore, my sense, I haven't thought about this deeply, but my sense is that we need to find those individuals, let's say in an organization, who are already champions in their own domains, say a bookkeeper or a salesperson or a security professional, and need to find those individuals who are not just perfect in their domains, but have the natural ability to use this system to their own advantage. Create AI champion programs in your companies, in the EU, in the country, so on and so forth. So use the network effect to spread essentially the knowledge of how to use the domain expertise and spread across those that are unfortunately less fortunate in the genetic roulette and do not have the ability to use these systems natively, right? So what we need to create is an easy nativeness of using these systems. Now, I'm no politician, but I would start on a very early age, obviously, with these systems, and digitalization is one of them. Having one child and soon becoming the father of a second one, I'm afraid of them, obviously, and I see what this thing does to our society. So obviously that's the job of a politician, how to regulate that and how to use this. But to go back to your question, you don't need to force capital toward education, because capital will flow towards education, because they will require the people that are able to use the systems. Now, you can make it easier, right? You have all these different programs with all of the European Union and other countries as well that are making education of these systems tax-free, or they are giving tax credits for these, and so on and so forth. So there are, for sure, regulatory ways of encouraging these money flows into education. For example, the Hungarian government had this up to 3 million euros, I think 6,000 euros per capita max subvention that you could use if you applied. You used to train your employees on skills that aren't required for doing their job, but to increase their level on the value chain. So I'm sure there are a gazillion ideas out there in the heads of the politicians and those who understand what the heck they're talking about, unlike me, to push money toward these things. Because end of the day, unfortunately, I believe that capital will flow toward the direction where capital is needed and where it's going to generate more capital.
Thank you, and I think we have in the audience someone who's in a very capital-heavy business. Maybe many people, but I'm thinking of Paul. You mentioned many times earlier your affiliation with energy, and so what is your feeling? Like in energy, which is very capital-intensive, how do you tackle that investment into the human capital?
Issues in some sense, right? The the human capital has to be there to do the invention before you can scale the technology capital, and you need an integrated capital stack. And one of the challenges in Europe, and I think it's a challenge for scaling AI in Europe, is that Europe doesn't have all the pieces of that integrated capital stack. The current British Chancellor is very fond of saying, every time a British company raises more capital, it becomes more American. Because there's plenty of capital and government grants and so on for, and I'm not a big fan of government grants, but for invention. But when it comes to scaling and deployment, the incentives just don't exist in this continent in the same way they do in the US to deploy capital, particularly against companies that have reached that kind of critical point where a lot of AI innovation is, where it has product market fit but not yet profitability, where it has early customer traction but it needs to scale delivery in order to turn that customer traction into the scale that enables profitability. That's a very, very difficult place in the European capital stack, and I know Akos knows this and is nodding vigorously. So I think part of the question in all of this is like, how do we, in strategic industries like this, how do we create the incentives to deploy a European capital stack? Because otherwise the danger is that you end up, and we heard on the previous panel all the efforts going into adapting the education system. You end up developing the human capital in Europe, and that human capital, like many of us, leave for the US. Because that's where the financial capital to support it exists.
All right, any more questions from the audience? You want to?
I already mentioned that Europe committed 200 billion for AI gigafactories, which is more about infrastructure, right? Public-private partnership. But I would rather agree with you that the talents and the skills need also to be in the center. It's not sufficient right now. And despite Europe facilitate that, I would lack of the consistent approach in supporting the AI skills and talents.
Can I just give you an example of how bad the situation is today? If you want to run a model that is GDPR, EU AI Act, and EU data residency, you can go to one single company in Holland called Open Router, and you can try to find, out of the 72 models that they are running, you can run through an API, obviously, all the models that we were talking about today. You can find 3 models that are complying with all these 3 things. So I have an investment, it's a voice AI company, and we need to run that model. In order to be compliant, we are not making it easy to ourselves to be competitive against the Chinese and the American models. I mean, even just having a data center funded by the EU, I don't care, right, or by capital, that is able to run, it's agreed with Anthropic, with OpenAI and so on and so forth, that is running in coherence and in within the regulation of the EU AI Act and the EU Data Residency Act, even that would be a huge help for small companies like one of my investments that raised a humongous amount of capital, right? That would make our lives easier. Not talking about Mistral being run out of French or the Hungarians trying to develop their own LLMs. We are clearly outpaced by this. Anthropic and OpenAI are bringing out models obviously releasing additional models every single day. We are running behind, and we won't be able to catch up unless we are changing our approach.
Can I build on this? Sorry, now that we've now, I was, but I wasn't planning to get into this discussion. But anyway, we're going, like, this issue around GDPR and AI is crippling. You know, if you think about industrial IoT applications of AI, you know, we spend a ton of time with the commission inside the blockchain sandbox, which just gives a useful structure for doing this, kind of agreeing at what level of abstraction we could work before this issue became a problem. And it means necessarily that the degree of granularity that we can provide in terms of AI modeling of the energy industry is constrained by the fact that we're modeling at a level above GDPR applicability. Like, being able to address some of these issues would let you push existing tools to much greater granularity at practically zero cost. And I think the other thing that concerns me is, you know, there's no shortage of capital unfortunately, in American hyperscalers that would love to build data centers in Europe. You know, the problem isn't a lack of capital. The problem is a permitting issue. It's a lack of interconnection. It's an issue around how do you speed to power. It's the fact that queue management is done in a purely sequential fashion. The European system operators aren't able to negotiate with hyperscalers around grid interactivity to simplify interconnection. Like, you know, the irony, I mean, I talked this morning about how we manufacture AI out of energy, but ultimately the willingness to pay for energy from the data center industry is astronomical. It's a lack of time to power that means these things aren't getting built. And actually, if we can be a little bit more creative from a policy perspective to outline what they need to look like to get built more quickly, even if they're more expensive than the US, they will get built. I mean, I had I won't say who because we're on the record, but a large data center operator say, basically, I'm torn between American simplicity, British energy costs, and French regulation. And there's a point at which British energy costs are no longer, it's worth putting up with French legal complexity in order to avoid paying British energy costs. And there's a point where it's better to go to the US for simplicity than do any of this in Europe.
I did want to highlight something for what you just said, Ákos, which is, I think, and Vilma, it's very important to consider that currently large companies, they can easily shift their workloads outside of EU. But small companies like Ákos, they're stuck, and EU is making them completely uncompetitive and destroys them. And with that, maybe we'll give the last word to András. Which András? We're at time, so.
Okay, so I want to thank for the whole panel. I think it was a very interesting decision from the financial business perspective, from the security perspective, from the two Andráses, and from the EU area. There's a lot to be done and a lot of areas to consider in terms of governance, technology, people, and processes, for sure. Thank you.
Maybe the last point on the simplicity, because you haven't mentioned important component, which is the European digital identity. European digital identity wallet. It is a really revolutionary step the Europe is pushing, and it's shifting complete approach from IT systems, putting the user in the center to consider the privacy and the user decision to open data he wants. It's really needed, not giving away all its data to technology platforms, big sharks, which we don't know where our data flow. And of course, it's very complex and complicated system, but it considers very deeply strict rules of the privacy protection, cyber, also this Wallace certification. And by the EU regulation, this digital Wallace should come in force this December. The government should need place in the market its national digital wallet. But it doesn't mean that just one wallet to be operational in one country. But it means that the citizen resident of my country could access the services of neighboring governmental, let's say if I have a house in my in another country, or I have a company, I can reach it cross-border and operate with the simplicity and cost reduced. But for that, trusted infrastructure and trusted, let's say, authorities to be in place with their roles and everything. It's truly still a long journey to be went, but the bright future we think is in front. And on that infrastructure, I believe AI would find its path.
Excuse me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get on with our panel 3. Hungary's leading role igniting AI acceleration through US collaboration and Project NoéMI. Our speakers for this panel, Mr. Balázs Nagy, Professor Dr. Gábor Nárai Szabó, Professor Dr. Massimiliano Albanese, Mr. Theodore Sebastian Boone, Ambassador Borbála Czakó, and our moderator is Dr. Réka Szemerkényi. Excuse me? Yes.
Köszönöm. So, welcome back, and thank you so much for the continued interest and the possibility to have a focus now on a topic that is very geographically specified. What we would like to discuss in this panel is a little bit about the relevance of everything that we have discussed before, and also probably of what we will be discussing in the last two panels. But in this discussion, what Hungary's role can be, and the goal, of course, is how Hungary can take a leading role in the AI revolution, in understanding how AI and the acceleration of AI can help and strengthen cooperation, and what the NoéMI project can mean for the whole country. So I'm really honored in this discussion to have an opportunity to go into depth about understanding the NoéMI project, and I am very honored to have to understand this Balázs Nagy, the co-founder of the project NoéMI, and as we heard, Massimiliano Albanese, the two co-founders and two hearts and souls of the project. And we will have a fantastic panel to go into depth of the relevance of this for Hungary with Professor Nagy Szabó, and we're honored to have you here to contribute. Theodore Sebastian Boone, who's also a dear friend and is a regular participant for all our discussions, and of course the unbeatable and wonderful, insightful dear friend, Ambassador Borbála Czakó, who we're super excited to have. So without further ado, let me give the floor, and I suggest that we start with Balázs and then Massimiliano, and then we'll have the reflections on the project. So Balázs, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Réka, for this very kind introduction, and I'm deeply honored to have such a wonderful panel here and such a wonderful audience. And all through the day we had amazing conversations. It is really an honor to talk about this project that, as Massimiliano was saying, or Max, as they call him in the United States, we came up with 9 months ago. And I just, because we mentioned a little bit this project, I just wanted to highlight some of the key tenets and why it is different than just taking an AI course, whether it's online or at a university. What we found is that individuals have more or less success of coming up to speed with AI. Some of them have a lot of ease, and some of them get stuck. It may feel like a vertigo, it may feel stressful, and of course with the job news that we're hearing, with people losing their jobs, it actually can be very heart-wrenching. So we put our heads together to figure out what is missing and how can we close that gap. And even in an earlier panel, and some of the panelists mentioned, it cannot be just a certification. So it cannot be just a micro-diploma, as Vilma was saying earlier. It cannot be just an individual training for individuals, because then you end up with a bunch of cowboys in a company that pull you in different directions. And another big gap that we found is people jump in and start building with AI, but would you start building a house without a foundation? It's obvious for everyone that you would never try to build a house without a foundation. So what is the foundation for AI? You ask analysts, like we had András earlier here today, a VP of Forrester, but we could have pulled in some VPs from Gartner as well. They would tell you it's cybersecurity. So part of the project, we call it the phase 0 security. Phase 0 security is, this is the basics. If you don't start with security, then you're basically building on sand. You're building a sand castle. The second part is the workforce architecture, where you really need to avoid the replacement trap. And on the earlier panel, Ákos Janza was mentioning how there is going to be a growth in jobs, but the jobs are going to be different. And it's going to happen quickly. So we cannot wait for a generation to come to learn the new jobs. We have to retrain the people that are in their job today, because their job is shifting, it's changing. And the junior people are not going to do entry-level jobs either, because AI will do those jobs. So the junior people need to learn these new skills. So that's what we call the replacement trap. We should not let companies fall in the replacement trap of just replacing their workforce with AI. They have to upskill their workforce so they stay in control of their future. So companies' future depends on how they upskill their workforce. The third differentiator, the gap that we found, is software applications change weekly, and the core principles of governance stay. So we have to find a way that helps companies with this constant change that no single person can keep up with, and at the same time follows constant guidelines and constant ethical principles. And then finally, as we also heard in many of the panels earlier, is the zero vendor lock-in. We want to make sure that we provide a framework. Instead of teaching people just new skills, we need to provide a framework that can be used enterprise-wide and can grow as AI grows, and people can grow with it without vendor lock-in. Today, many people say the best model is Anthropic. Yesterday, it was ChatGPT. The day before, it was Gemini. And my prediction, if I'm going to say a prediction here, is that Google now is kind of sitting back a little bit, relaxing, watching ChatGPT and Claude kind of go at it and burn a lot of cash. Google is sitting on a pile of cash, and they may come in and, you know, be the winner. So I think no one can afford any vendor lock-in, and especially not a Microsoft vendor lock-in, as we saw, because Microsoft is definitely taking a backseat, and Copilot, while it's a very capable model, it doesn't compare to the top 3 models currently. I would not discount Microsoft, obviously. They have a lot of cash, and they have more tricks up their sleeves. Maybe they're also waiting for one of these big players to run out of cash and then swoop in. We don't know. But the point is that these are the 4 main gaps that we found with Massimiliano that we wanted to close. So the phase 0 security, the secure workforce architecture, this 2-layer system where we need to move constantly, and we also have to have solid grounding, and then the 0 vendor lock-in architecture. So it's a long-winded answer to you, Réka, but thank you very much for offering the platform to explain it.
Oh, it's a short way to start because there's a lot to discover. So let's pass on to Massimiliano.
Thank you. So yes, in Europe. So I want to start from Balázs left. So there is a lot of change going on, and we are at the point where we have to embrace this change. In a previous panel, it was mentioned that we need to change the way that we do business in many different areas. Academia is one of them, for a number of reasons we discussed, starting from the fact that papers are being written by AI and reviewed by AI, the fact that students are using AI to do homeworks, and so on and so forth. So we need to change the way of doing business. Of course, there is a resistance to change. It's part of human nature, having a resistance to change, and even more so when we're dealing with universities, and in the case of universities like Mason public, state universities. When we first discussed the idea of what is now Project NoéMI, I did encounter a little bit of resistance because the first reaction was, we have never done something like this. We need to ask, we need to check, we need to talk with other people. So before my trip to Budapest, the initial discussion about the first idea, the first version of Project NoéMI, didn't land with George Mason or with the people that I talked to. And to go back to tell you what that idea was originally, The idea was, as a university, we don't have the capacity of updating the curriculum every week, let alone every semester. You know, we're lucky when faculty, when instructors have the time to refresh the curriculum every 6 months, every semester. It's impossible to be able to update a curriculum on an almost weekly basis. This is something that only a company that works in that space, that is familiar with all the tools, that has to update their own workers to be able to use those tools can do. So what I proposed initially to George Mason was, why don't we create this program, this course, and we subcontract to NewPush the execution of the delivery of the program. And you know, they didn't like it, they didn't sound very excited. So then, that night, after the symposium last year, while we were entertaining ourselves at the bar on the waterfront, we came up with the idea of flipping the equation and find a way to sell it to the leadership at Mason. And the idea was, NewPush is going to run this program anyway. Do we want to jump on board or not? So now the program will be run by NewPush, and we can put our brand on it and find a way to share the revenue. So we discussed this idea for a couple of hours over drinks, and then on my flight back to, it's always good to discuss over drinks. And then on my flight back to DC, Balázs and I were on the same flight, and I started writing down the draft of the agreement between Mason and NewPush. And remember, I shared with you on the flight, I said, look, I came out with the idea, this is what I think we should do. And then a few days later, in a very casual encounter, was not planned at all, the provost was visiting our school, and coincidentally, he was talking about professional development and doing more of these courses for professionals who want to upskill and so on, which could become a revenue stream for the university. So I jumped into the discussion. I say, I have something. I have a program that I'm developing with this company which could fit in this equation. So he got excited. He asked me to send him an email. And then next week, he recruited another couple of people, including folks from our professional education division, to start working on this. By early January of this year, the agreement between Mason and NewPush was signed by both parties, and the first cohort started. So that is to say that yes, we will encounter some resistance to change, but with a little bit of persistence and trying to find a solution that can mitigate concerns or can win that resistance, we can go a long way. Now, going back to the problem of replacement, of course there is a lot of fear that AI is going to replace jobs, but the reality is that this may happen in the short term, and you know, as Balázs said, companies may realize that was a big mistake. The reality is that your job may be replaced by someone who knows how to use AI. So somebody who knows how to use AI or knows how to use AI better. And so we need to think of all these things together, the resistance to change, the replacement issue, and be able to embrace this change, but embrace it in the right way. And one good way to embrace this change is to realize that AI is inevitable. Everybody's going to use it one way or the other. If you want to have a competitive advantage, you need to use it better in a more efficient way. And there are many examples in history of companies who insisted in their way of doing things, and they failed eventually because the world around them was changing and they did not adapt. I mean, in the US, Blockbuster is a prime example. When people were starting to use Netflix because there was the convenience of having the DVD shipped to your house by mail, you got them in the mailbox, you could return by mail instead of going to the store to pick up the DVD. It was much more efficient. You know, people liked it. People started to use that service. Blockbuster insisted on the retail model where people have to show up at the store to pick up and return the DVDs. Then streaming came and made that situation even worse, and Blockbuster had to shut down. So it's very important to understand when things are changing and embrace the change in a timely manner. And with that,
Sure. You know, it's funny, when you're talking about Netflix, I remember in Washington, D.C., ordering the DVDs with the movies, and it was great. And then Netflix announced it's moving to streaming. And I, in my infinite wisdom, thought, are these guys crazy? They got a good thing going. They should keep the mail part going. So little did I know about where that would end up. A couple thoughts. I mean, first, congratulations to George Mason and NewPush on this initiative, which is clearly fantastic. So I'm coming at it from two hats. I'm on the faculty at Corvinus University, and I also work for the Denton's International Law Firm. In my university hat, I think a couple thoughts. One, in terms of the curriculum development, I get what you're saying about how people can approach it. The course I teach, you know, like a smart teacher, I gave my course a catchy name so the students would sign up, because I remember when I was a student, I pretty much just looked at the name of the course. So I called it Business Leadership in the Age of AI. So wouldn't you sign up for that? What I did was I made the syllabus very general, so I could pretty much change what I needed to teach each time. And pretty much a week ahead is when I would plan what I wanted to teach, which of course some overarching themes, including the ethical issues, which I think are mission critical, and those don't change as much in the ability and the encouragement of the students to think about those issues. With respect to my law firm life, so we decided primarily on using a platform built on Claude called Legora, which comes out of Sweden and has gotten a lot of traction recently, although we tested Harvey AI and some other systems as well. And I would say we have a fairly good training program, but it doesn't deal with the issues as comprehensively as NoéMI does, which I just think would be wonderful if it did. And the other issue, which is tricky, there are a couple. One is lawyers, like I would say pretty much everybody, or other types of consultants, everybody, they're so busy with getting their to-do list done from the client demands that it's very hard to get their attention to ramp up, because this would be nice in an ideal world, but hey, I got clients pounding on me, you know, where's this? I sent you the email 15 minutes ago, where's my answer? And so any system that is at all difficult to ramp up on, that creates some challenges, and there tends to be a sense that you try it for 20 minutes, and if it's not helpful, you go back to your old ways. So changing that mentality is really important. And of course, part of that is getting buy-in from the absolute top management to what the plan is, and doing more than encouragement, maybe getting close to really make it something that is mandatory. Although in my experience, you're making something mandatory, and then people kind of resent having to do it. So there's some questions about that as well. A big issue I have in terms of the use of these systems, and this would include in the legal world, but I think it'd be broadened out as well, is of course at law firms or consulting firms, used to have the classic pyramid structure, right? So for a practice group, say a corporate transactional group, you might hire 10 first-year associates, and then they'd kind of work at their way up the ladder, or move on to different things. So if some of those positions at the levels 1 and 2 at the bottom levels are substituted for people, say, 3rd, 4th year associates that have the experience and the judgment to work with these models, and I know you have the 1:50 ratio, if I'm understanding the situation correctly, with NoéMI is, and I'd welcome some, Balázs, I'm sure you'd have some thoughts on this and solve my problem for me. But, okay, now you have, say, a 3rd, 4th year associate with the experience and the judgment to really usefully monitor to the output of those systems and use those systems. But in 5 years, where is that person going to be? How will they have obtained that experience and judgment to play that oversight role? And I see that coming down the pike as a really big question that I'm not sure what the answer is, but hopefully somebody else on this panel has it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. If I can pass the floor on to the Ambassador Balázs to continue.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I'm representing two organizations in Hungary. One is the Hungarian Business Leaders Forum, which has been here for 35 years and have over 100 member companies, and also the Institute of Directors, which was established by myself a few years ago. And I think that the business is for businesses, it's very important to use technology, to understand technology, and to have the best practice sharing among the companies. So for me, it is very important that we have mentor programs in both organizations. We have board level programs where board members are developing their knowledge about AI. I'm also trying from Balázs to learn the same thing. So I think it's important, regardless of your age or your level where you work, it's very important to be up to date with technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since I'm a boomer, I must apologize because I will read my contribution. However, I want it to be as precise and as concise as possible. Therefore, artificial intelligence is a field that is advancing at a remarkable pace. Its progress depends on close collaboration among researchers and practitioners, integrating human creativity, thoughtful system design, and high-performance computing resources. This goal can best be achieved by expert teams co-located in a single research environment, preferably with access to high-performance computing facility and strong financial support. If Hungary is to become the European focal point of a transatlantic acceleration strategy, efforts must extend beyond the NoéMI project and draw upon the foundation laid by the ongoing collaboration between Hungarian and US partners. Financial resources, including direct government support, grant funding, and corporate contributions, should be consolidated and overseen by a small international panel of highly respected experts. One possible model could be a revised version of the former Air Bottom Line Foundation, operating under strict accountability standards with systematic and regular financial oversight, as well as rigorous evaluation of scientific achievements, innovation outcomes, and practical applications. My estimated annual budget for the project would be approximately 50 million euros. This is roughly twice the level of funding provided by the Canton of Basel, Novartis, and various scientific funding agencies to the Institute of Molecular and Clinical Ophthalmology in Switzerland, a medium-sized European research center. We should focus on a research field that demonstrates outstanding performance, strong future potential, and deep roots in Hungarian science. Accordingly, funding should be concentrated on successful research areas led by distinguished Hungarian scholars and supported by a broad community of experts working in Hungary. One such field is natural language processing, where Gábor Prószéki has achieved remarkable results in the development of technological infrastructure, linguistic corpora, and large language models optimized for the Hungarian language. Another exceptionally successful area is associated with Botondroska, whose research focuses primarily on the biological understanding of the algorithms underlying natural vision. This is indirectly important for computer vision because of the following reasons. First, the functioning of the retina inspired some of the earliest neural network models. Second, the mechanisms of biological vision can provide inspiration for novel artificial intelligent architectures. And third, research on vision and machine vision are becoming increasingly interconnected at the interface between neuroscience and artificial intelligence. A multi-level brain gain initiative targeting Hungary should be established with full-time senior researchers playing a leading role from a permanent base in Budapest. Around them, a network of postdoctoral researchers and PhD students from around the world would be organized, meeting in Budapest every 2 months, so that all members working on the same sub-project could spend at least 1 week together in person. A small group of specialized experts could provide a direct and immediate link between fundamental research, practical applications, and technological development, ensuring the rapid transfer of knowledge and results across these domains. Now, the only thing what is fails is, which is not absent, is 50 million euros. However, if you can provide that, I will be ready to start the project.
I also have a project idea, which is some kind of AI leadership council, where we could actually invite businesses and universities, academia, different stakeholders, and we would define strategic priorities in Hungary for AI, promote responsible AI governance and board oversight, identify opportunities. So it could be a kind of network which would create a platform for AI, supporting Hungary's strategic goals, if I may.
This is exactly why I think it's such a great opportunity to discuss together those suggestions and insights and maybe policy proposals for the incoming, or well, now the newly income government. We have a huge expertise around the table of various countries and organizations, think tank, business, consulting, all kinds of expertise. What would be, if I can ask our audience as well, what would be your recommendations to our speakers? What would be your comments on the NoéMI project? Would you think that how you would think this can be brought forward, or how you think this can contribute to a field of development in the country that is so crucial and so much impacting on so many other fields? So can I elicit questions, and can I elicit questions from our own panel as well? Because I think we have heard some good, very good insights. Thank you. And some good recommendations. We'll have another one. Thank you. But of course, we need to see, what it means in the very concrete form. So please go ahead with the question.
Thank you, Réka. Again, my name is Logan West. I am a doctoral student at the Institute of World Politics. The question I would start off with to the panel is, when it comes to Hungary, there is a sizable level of cooperation with China in terms of telecommunications, AI research, manufacturing. How is it going to reconcile that relationship with developing one with the United States when it comes to AI collaboration? Because there are serious security and defense issues to consider in that matter.
Do you want to tackle it, Balázs?
Well, yes, I mean, the concerns, of course, comes into play when there is a research involved, but Project NoéMI is not a research project, it's an AI accelerator program, and all the curriculum comes from NewPush, which is based here. And the collaboration with Mason is to essentially vet. So Mason is branding this program, and the requirement for us to brand that program is that we have some level of control over the curriculum. So there are controls in place. And certainly we're not transferring knowledge to the program, which then may be transferred to other entities who may just send students to sign up for the program. So the program is teaching students to use the existing tools. It's not creating new knowledge, which may then create some concerns. Did I?
Thank you, Massimiliano. So, and part of it is to get a credential, meaning people go through a lot of AI training YouTubers, from non-accredited sources, and at the end they may have nothing to show for. Okay, so one is, especially when these days you're being asked by your employer to train the AI that will replace you. Okay, so level one is that at least you get a credential to show that you know how to train AI. Because then what happens is now you can prove that you have the skill for the next level of employment that will be needed in the future. Because as we mentioned, we don't need, more and more, we don't need people to do the current jobs, but we need them to be able to do the future jobs. And so that's one of the training, that's one of the aspects. The other, Massimiliano, you mentioned, is a level of control, so that it's not one company that claims to be an expert in AI and just trust us, we are. Although we have another aspect for helping with that. So one side there is George Mason, and maybe some people are like, well, George Mason, it's only one of the top 50 schools in the US. That's not enough for us. I'm joking, because that should be pretty enough. But maybe some people are like only Harvard, whatever. So, but the thing is that we also add another aspect, and that's why I wanted to complete what Massimiliano was saying, is a transparent source program. So I call it transparent source because the word open source, some purists know exactly, that's a very strict meaning. And for us, for all contributors, we wanted to make sure that it stays a fair use, meaning that you cannot use commercially the NoéMI copyright to do a competing program. Just like Massimiliano said, there is this level of protection. However, with this transparent source, after 2 years, it becomes completely open source with a standard Apache license. And in the meantime, the source can be completely inspected, so it's transparent. And for us, transparency, while we haven't talked too much about it yet in the panels, in the age of AI is crucial, because we would never advise anyone to use any AI technology that's not transparent. Where it's a black box, you don't know what happens to your data, you don't know who does what with it. It's bad enough to give your data into an LLM, then an LLM is a black box in itself. But the data flow to this LLM and back from the LLM, because if you deploy NoéMI on your own private system, and you're not using a frontier LLM, but you're using your local hardware, as Alex was mentioning in the first panel, there is ways to use local. You mentioned a couple of ideas of how to deploy it locally. Then you have complete control of what happens, although you may not understand completely the weights, how the LLM's weights work. But what you know for sure is that your data is not going to leave your ecosystem. And so transparency and protection of the data, those are additional elements that we want to make sure people understand. And this is how we run those workshops. And we're careful saying we're not teaching for two reasons. One is we're not an accredited educational institution. That's George Mason. They can review what students have achieved and decide this is sufficient for us to give a certification. The other reason is because we believe that there needs to be a return to the old style apprenticeships. You know how we built the cathedrals? The master masons were passing their knowledge to their apprentices, and this is how this deep knowledge of how to build those magnificent things that humanity was able to build was passed on from generation to generation. And I think many of you, but I remember, Alex, you were mentioning that, again, we're building something gigantic. You compared it to maybe the atomic bomb, but it's also can be something beautiful. And that also needs to be passed on from generation to generation. And it is more, I guess universities at a very high level in a PhD program, it's a little bit that style, but to Julia's comments earlier, we need to bring that down. And somebody said age 15, I don't remember, somebody said earlier that age 15 is a crucial age, that we need to bring it back. So that's kind of those elements that I would expand from Massimiliano's answer. I hope that answers your question, Logan.
just add on. First of all, George Mason has an amazing law school, the Antonin Scalia Law School, named after the legendary Supreme Court Justice and opera fan. Really one of the top law schools in the country. And on your question, what I would like to see at the academic level, so probably one of the prime exchange bridges is the Fulbright program, including the Fulbright Hungary program, where people are going both ways, generally at the PhD research level students or faculty or Masters of Law students. But what that really doesn't cover, and I wish there was a way to deal with this, but I'm not aware it is for Hungarian bachelor students to be able to study more easily in the US. Because US students come to Hungary, but going the other way, there's the tuition question, right? And that's really what's blocking it, and there are precious few opportunities, at least that I'm aware of, for students like at my university, Corvinus, to really spend at least a semester in the US, and I wish there were some more possibilities for that to take place. Thank you.
So I very much. Yeah, so I very much applaud the problem you're trying to solve and the way you are approaching it, because AI is growing exponentially. Okay, and that when we teach at the university level, that's a linear teaching model. So universities crank out every year the same number of graduates. So the only way to keep up with the exponential growth is to have the trainer train the exponential one. So that's the only way to go. And so, but it would be also, and it looks like you are on a good trajectory. So it would be worthwhile thinking that beyond the people aspects, so what will you do when you have actually viable models? And I guess the next stage, so how will it actually get into a wider deployment, and what's the scale-out model? Because most likely, in my mind, hearing what you said today, what will happen is that certain universities will probably deploy a local model, an open source model, which fits into their computing environment, and then it starts at a few seats. Then maybe after there's a stable deployment, some companies will start to deploy it for certain applications. But it would be good to think about, how can it go possibly national scale at some point. So what would be your scale-out model? You probably must have it in the back of your mind. So it would be interesting to hear. We can discuss tonight over drink.
Well, just absolutely. I'm curious, and we probably have to do another podcast for revealing the idea of Massimiliano. But you're absolutely right, and it's such an honor to hear you support the idea. It means a lot because you've been helping me personally and us in general for many years now. And some people don't know, but you lead a team. It's even at Johns Hopkins, which is a top-level university. It's the envy of Johns Hopkins. I heard other labs say, "Oh, Alexis Lab, they have so much money," and what those of us who are who are aware of academia, how it works, we know how hard it is to have so much money, because you have to fight for it every single year, maybe even every single month. And to go back to the question. Yes, we hope that we can get some help from governments that realize the importance of that for their people, and maybe smaller countries is easier to test how to scale this. So we have some high hopes with Lithuania and with Hungary and even Albania. Yesterday we were at the kickoff ceremony of BAISS 2026 and BESTalks 2026, right next to the Albanian ambassador's embassy. So we think that trying it with smaller countries when we scale up might be wise. At the same time, the US realizes that China is leaping forward with the adoption, although they're doing it with the kind of the forced method, the communist method, so it may not be as effective as getting people voluntarily to do it. So we're trying the voluntary method, and And the US is putting in a lot of different incentives now to develop these programs. So maybe we're hoping that that can also get some traction. So right now that's what we're looking at, and so any support we can get, we're really very appreciative.
I mean, one way to support is to send, advertise this program and send cohorts of students to NewPush for going through this program.
I am interested in knowing more about NoéMI, and of course I'm just down the road from you guys in Arlington. And our graduate school, I could see a lot of strategic benefit to our national security and intelligence graduate students partaking in capabilities and AI accelerators, exactly what they need. And our school will never teach that. It's just not what we do. So the opportunity for a collaborative capabilities, I think, is quite interesting. So I was thinking, not right this second, but I would love to talk about that before I fly out.
I think the business community could also participate in pilot projects, in providing a place where AI could be utilized and best practices could be shared. So I don't think that the companies generally have the knowledge yet, but it's very important that they would have responsible AI governance. We are able to deal with the governance issues, and also we could help to train the board members how to deal with AI issues, I think.
So I think you're right. The governance part is very, very important, and that's why the level, the accelerator level for us includes the governance. So you have to be able to do two things in addition to be a practitioner. And a practitioner is someone who can build with AI. And when you get to the accelerator level, is a person who can not just understand the exponential nature of this technology, and I would actually echo what Alex just said to make it maybe land harder. We've never seen this before. The last time we had the dot-com boom, and the dot-com boom was exponential adoption, but it was a linear technology. And today we have an exponential adoption of an exponential technology. And that's why nobody can predict the future of what's happening. And but I see, Alex, you want to reflect on that.
No, but I see that even within a university, within our university, we started, and then everybody also in humanities, they don't understand what AI is, but they feel that it's in the air and they want to learn about it. And there are not enough people to even tell them, explain to them, what it is and how do you get started. So even within a university, we have to somehow create a train the trainers program. There is no other way we can get there in time. Otherwise, people, so if we have 30 people kind of being the evangelists of this new world, then they can engage with probably, everyone engages with 4 people, but that's 120 people. For a university, that's 50,000 people. You can work out how many years it will take to get to everyone. So.
It's fantastic that I never even told you that we were building this as train the trainer and exponential to protect against exponential. You immediately got it, so that's amazing. So thank you, because I think when people hear it from you, it lands differently than when I'm trying to explain. I don't have your cloud, obviously. But to complete the thought on what you mentioned, Bori, is that that level of accelerator is when you're not only able to accelerate your knowledge. A practitioner is expected to keep up with the technology too. but the accelerator is expected to be able to apply the governance in a stable manner in this accelerating world, and also be able to be responsible for a flock of 50 people. Why 50 people? I call this the Steve Jobs ratio. Simply, Steve Jobs, based on this 1:50 ratio, built a company that has endured. So I figure he probably knew something about that ratio. He used it for how he selected IT people. And not only he was pretty good at selecting IT people, it turns out that he selected a board pretty well, because I believe this year the board of Apple made a brilliant decision. And we heard earlier how Europe can keep up with AI, and I would use that as a segue here, because Apple said, we're not going to compete in LLMs. We're going to compete in hardware, and we're going to make the best hardware to put in the hands of people the ability to use AI. Back to their roots. And Europe may have a similar play. They may be able to play, again, a different game. I think, Johannes, you alluded to it, that maybe specialized LLMs. Alex, you alluded to it, maybe cultural, being able to curate content that is validated to truthfully represent cultures that otherwise would be lost. And maybe I want to hear more about that. I don't know, you're nodding. Johannes, do you want to add to that, please?
What you all said has one very important emphasis. This is the beginning of a road. It's not the end. This development will keep us on our heels for years. And I'm very much looking forward on what's coming. So some of us might have a glimpse of what might be possible, but I strongly believe that we are all going to be surprised what's possible and where we will be in 5 years. That's the one thing. The second thing is, and we had that discussion in the morning, and Balázs, you were part of it, is there might possibly not be one single straight way forward. And it might not even be an American or a Chinese way. It might be a blend or something completely new, depending on what research brings forward. And I mentioned it this morning, the capabilities that ontology-based AI pipelines bring in, besides of the large language models, and besides of the humongous data power, computing power that you need in order to work through the data. These are glimpses of what is possible on the sideways. And with that, I'm so thankful that we're able to discuss this here. This is extremely valuable. Thank you.
I guess we have come around full circle, and I think we have touched on so many issues that is intriguing, fascinating, and inspiring to many of us. And I certainly hope that we will be able to profit from this this initiative and this project. And I certainly hope that we will profit from this in Hungary. So I would like to ask you, offer you to, or ask you to join thanking our panel speakers, and to then invite you for a coffee break.
And if I can do it. So, just to conclude, as this project NoéMI shows, is collaborations between Hungary and the US are possible, and I'm open to, if anyone in this room wants to explore other collaboration opportunities, I'm very open to it. And right now, I'm in a very good position to do that, because I'm the executive director of one of the 3 university institutes as of this year. So I have a lot of flexibility in piloting, experimenting new things. And I report directly to the VP for research. So that helps with making some of these things happen more quickly.
So thank you so much again. And after the break, we'll have a fantastic discussion. We will have two topics to cover. The export controls and the dual use research, which I think is a very, very important and sensitive topic for all of us. and the end is going to be with the future, what we can do together. So it's going to be a fun afternoon for the rest of the day as well. Please come join us for the coffee break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing with our panel 4, which is security and sovereignty. Export controls, dual-use research, and trusted talent flows. Our speakers for this panel, Mr. Sándor Guba, Mr. David Gencarelli, Johannes Bernhard, Michelle Watson, Mr. Mihály Zala, and our moderator is Dr. Viktor Vajda. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, please. I will give you one.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ambassador Szemerkényi, their host. It's a pleasure being here once again. It's a third time for me, so it absolutely feels like home. And as to myself, I need a brief introduction since I couldn't make it to be with you this morning, but I've been following the discussions online and these were very fruitful, so we have to be really interesting to keep up the good work. So as to myself, my name is Viktor Vajda. I'm the Secretary General of the Hungarian AI Council, and as being a lawyer, I'm going to have a special approach on AI and cybersecurity with my dear panelists who have been all introduced. And I think what we need now is a short to the table, but not with introduction, but with the best connection point to our current panel. So I would like to ask my dear Hungarian colleague, Mihály Zala, to start.
Yes, my name is Mihály Zala. I am head of the cybersecurity competence in the Hungarian EY.
Yes, I'm Dave Gencarelli from Washington, D.C., consultant there with a small company that is deploying cyber protection software to critical infrastructure companies that are heavy in critical infrastructure, obviously, and we'll discuss the unique aspects of that product.
I am Johannes Bernhard. I'm the CEO of a small German company. We're doing a data analytics platform in order to protect critical infrastructures in Germany and Europe.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Watson. I am the Executive Director for Corporate Relations at the Institute of World Politics in Washington, D.C., but I'll be speaking today in my capacity at IWP as a professor of practice, also an adjunct professor at SOCOM, Special Operations Command, Joint Special Operations University in Tampa.
Thank you so much. So this panel is framed by security and sovereignty, but from a legal perspective, we are no longer talking about voluntary meeting of the criteria. We have under the European umbrella lots of regulations that have been already mentioned today. Just to mention the crown jewels, the NIS2, we have Cybersecurity Act here in Hungary and a governmental decree, but at European level we have the EU Cybersecurity Act and also a Cyber Resilience Act. And also have to mention the AI Act, the EU dual use regulation, and we have to involve also the US export control policy as well. So therefore my question to my dear panelists, which of these frameworks is currently the hardest to operationalize for your clients or institution, and in a short argument, why? Professor, may I start with you?
Well, the Blast Wave company that we'll discuss as a step forward beyond the traditional protections against cyber attack is now meeting those standards, fortunately, as it actually started to engage with the U.S. military. At first here, actually, in Germany, at a small Air Force base near Frankfurt, and then in Tennessee, of course, and a large Army base in the United States. So the product is straightforward enough. and is simple enough to deploy, and protective enough that the DoD, or the Department of War, rather, as we call it now, has cleared it, and we expect that the system will be cleared for use here, and that's one of the reasons for strengthening the technical transatlantic alliance along these lines. But that's my response.
Well, speaking from a continental European perspective, things unfortunately are more complicated. The partnership, the very good partnership that we always had with the US, has been a little bit strained by recent events and personalities, and that of course has created fraction. This fraction has materialized, unfortunately, in a lot of cooperations that we had and that were very fruitful, have come to a sort of a hold on the European side. So use of US software or specific Chinese products is not only not recommended anymore, but you won't make any business if you try to introduce certain technologies, which is sad because from my personal perception, it hinders innovation, it hinders technological development. But since it is the tactical situation that we're in, not only do I hope that we will overcome it sooner than later, and better sooner than later, but on the other hand side, reflecting these realities, especially when we look at China, which are coming up very fast with frighteningly good algorithms, as far as I can see that. There should be global efforts in order to understand and develop measures of how to contain these, and especially when you're taking care of critical infrastructure, as we do as well. There is an imminent threat to it. And to come back to your opening remark, no regulation that we in the EU can come up with would hinder them to do what they want to do. They simply don't care. So we need to use that shield of legal protection to turn it into a sort of a physical protection if we see need in it.
Thank you. When I'm thinking about this topic, I kind of have a different take on things. But I don't want to get into kind of my recommendations and points just yet, but I will just add that one of the things that we're trying to focus on more and more at both IWP and even SOCOM is how can we collaborate more with our international partners. And it's really important. I mean, it's not, US go it alone for everything, but we cannot do it with AI. We must partner. And one of the things that I'm doing here in Europe in the next couple of weeks is work with different European entities to see how can we integrate some of the European culture components that are so important into some of the foundation models algorithms. And I think that is really, that's going to be a very exciting initiative if we can get the US and Europe to agree and actually do this.
There are some views currently that Europe is not intending to win the competence race, which is developing in between China and the United States, but Europe intends to make a new framework, to define a new race, which is to be won by Europe itself, as making clear pathways on the way of regulation and to have a clear framework when meeting requirements. Since it's Budapest AI Symposium, I have a personally related question to Mihai. The Hungarian Cybersecurity Act is not a soft guideline at all. When you are advising clients, when do they fail first? scoping, the asset inventory, the classification, supplier mapping, evidence collection. Where do you see the weakest point?
Regarding NIS2, we are locally auditor for this NIS2 stories. We have only 10 in Hungary, and the very interesting point is that EU decided that each and every country has to make its own national laws and regulations, and as a result, every member state is using totally different standards. Maybe some of them are using ISO 27001. Hungary is very brave, decided to use the NIST 800-53 revision 5, and that was translating into the Hungarian laws, making a huge trouble on the market. So companies were also surprised, us as well, that there is almost no technology control at all. It's a regulatory type of work. So I hope that the new government will have some changes in it, and they will move towards real resilience from this point. And seeing the clients, so as far they try to prepare with some advisors to these audits. Obviously, the vast majority is compliant at the end, and what we see that that they also miss the technology resilience part, and we see also how they use AI. And we also have some examples where we see that clients are using AI where they put their own data directly there, which is, I don't know, it sounds a bit weird in certain cases. And we have seen also clients where they had some incidents, everything has been stolen, and they found the malware in the system with cloud. So we have totally different examples, and what we wait beside this NIS2 is the stronger regulation in Hungary of the AI Act, which is still not functioning, unfortunately. So we had once an authority described for this or dedicated for this. I think that we await a lot of new steps from the new government.
From the perspectives of the market, we see that sometimes market operators lack information. Actually, they find themselves in an information asymmetry just like consumers. How do you consider the role of regulatory sandboxes for market operators? Will or might they be helpful for not just developers, but for the whole market, implementing, using, and developing AI solutions?
I do have concerns, I think, about limitations, especially on the research and development of this kind of product. It is too really critical to, I think, hold back on the commercial side, at least in the commercial market, the ability of small companies like BlastWave to modify, to improve, and move forward, and hopefully market, despite some biases that are seen now in the culture, products that are basically made to support our way of life, undergird our systems, which are necessary for a modern way of life right now. I don't see that happening except in the political terms, as you've seen with Mythos just a few weeks ago, with the administration backing off that. Fortunately, that is the kind of decision, not always well considered or carefully considered, that is concern, would be a concern anywhere in the Western world, from Israel to South Korea, Japan, Australia, the United States, the democratic and free countries of the world. That is a concern if it does occur. It is self-destructive, and even the bias against reaching across transatlantically is also very, very troublesome, technically, but also for everyone involved.
Well, that is my perception as well. It depends from industry to industry. When you look at European pharmaceutical industries, which are fast adopting in some branches, but then totally fall behind in clinical studies, for example, where very strict rules apply. You already see the disbalance between non-EU markets and especially the US. This is hindering innovation to a large extent. When you then look over to the defense sector, I have to tell you, I don't know anybody who cares about it. Things need to be done, and they will be done, and maybe somebody will later ask for forgiveness, but it would be impossible to develop certain things under these regimen. That's simply not possible. And Europeans, or I can't see European states giving up their defense capabilities due to some union laws.
I am similarly inclined to agree with my colleagues, but again, a bit of a different take and perspective given my background. I believe, to your question, regulatory sandbox. Well, first and foremost, I believe that anything that will help us create more responsible AI regulations, I'm all for. But it must be done in conjunction with our allies. If we do it in a sandbox just by ourselves, for ourselves, it's interesting but not so relevant. And then finally, I think that the formula of regulation versus innovation, it's not really a choice, but we can't go all in on all this responsible and great guardrails and regulate everything and all that, because you stifle innovation. At the other end, it can't be the wild, wild west. And I come from Silicon Valley, so I say that with a bit of a grain of salt. It can't be, we're just going to create the latest whiz-bang technology and we're pushing the envelope on innovation, especially when we talk about agentic AI. This is very concerning. So this has to be done with a bit more guardrails. And the right, I think, mix, or the right choice, is going to be somewhere in the middle, obviously, but it's going to be, that mix is going to be different for different countries. And it's going to be different because different countries, just like Europe, classic regulator, you guys do it well, but you do it often. And I think, obviously, I've got a lot of colleagues here from the US, we tend to be the opposite. And that's why, if we're going to do this, it has to be done in partnership, where it can be meaningful to all the different regions.
Very thoughtful argumentation. Mentioning the Euro-Atlantic Partnership, and also Mythos 5 was already mentioned here. We all know that the US Commerce Department lifted the export restriction on Anthropic's Fable 5 and Mythos 5 models after initially halting access because of national security concerns, with safeguards later implemented around and across the misuse. My question would be, with regard to that, if access to a frontier model can be restricted or restored because of export control and national security decisions, What should a European organization do before integrating such a model into critical workflows? Should model sustainability and exit planning become mandatory in public procurement as a criteria?
Oh, it's a very good question in Hungary. So probably we are one of the smallest member states in Europe, so each and every situation where something due to an export control is forbidden and companies or states were relying on a model which was cut off, it hurts. And I think for the European Union, it's very important that, as Michel told as well, I thought I will be the only one who will talk about Europe in a way that we have 27 different EU member states, and at the end each and every member state will decide on its own if it's not regulated centrally, and this is a huge problem. And we see also that free trading was in the center of the European thinking, and in the last years it has been started with different regulations and controls. And I think in this case it would be very important to achieve as much as possible real ally connections also in AI things, and if we have it, only after that we can go to procurement type of questions, because currently in Hungary, as far we have nothing in hand, companies are deciding on their own, and not necessarily in the best way.
Let me include a sub-question, but still staying by export controls. So they were historically very easy to understand since they were concerning physical items. But nowadays, legally and operationally, can advanced AI models be controlled just like chips or any critical raw materials? Or does the cloud model make this approach structurally unstable at all, that everything is available via an application programming interface?
Actually, I think I probably will pass on this issue. I am not really technical, to be honest with you, and I don't think that I need to add much to it. Thank you.
Well, funnily enough, the first thought that crossed my mind when you asked the question is how much FISA 702, 703 backfires on us. So exporting software to the US, which in a number of cases happens, then immediately leads to the discussion, oh God, what do we do now with the European data? Is it included in is it not? So how do we deal with it? And my experience is that there is a certain insecurity on all sides of how to tackle it properly. There might be an interested party that has a very holistic view on that, which might or might not come to a successful conclusion. But the point really is, it hinders trade, vice versa. It hinders innovation, and it hinders the free flow of not only goods, but intellectual property. That, and I hope I may say that is not what the United States of America were standing for the last 70, 80 years. And I would be surprised if that changes. And so is Europe. With all the love to regulation that we have, this is not how Europe works. And this is not how we can do business across the pond. So somebody would have to step up and say something about it, because what my dear and educated colleague rightfully said is, you can't leave companies out in the open and let them decide for themselves for good or bad, because somehow there is liability behind that, and somebody needs to take care of that. So I hope that at least partially answers it. Oh, I'm sorry. I can add a few sentences.
So when I think about export controls in this perspective that you put forth, I think of, well, with your example of Anthropic and Claude and Fable, when all this happened and they were preventing it from being utilized, my first thought was, well, if one person has it, the odds of it getting out are very high. So preventing anyone from having it, it's just like, it's like a virus. Once you get it there, you cannot control it. I know the technology, yes, you can control it to a certain extent, but it wouldn't be 100%. So I'm not surprised they said, okay, let's just open it up. But the other thing I think about is not just Anthropic, but if you look at historically where we've had export controls, remember just before COVID, the US clamped down on Huawei. It was an absolute moratorium. US companies cannot use Huawei equipment, the whole 5G thing, and that's fine. It made sense. But then immediately US companies started lobbying and asking the administration for exemptions. Micron Technology, for example, good friends of mine, they said, oh, well, Huawei's our biggest customer. You can't tell me that we can't use Huawei equipment because we're already using it. So all right, Micron, we'll give you an exemption. And then you have other exemptions and other exemptions. So, export controls for some and not all starts to break down, something like that. And it's the same thing with the chips. Oh, we're not going to give any of our advanced NVIDIA chips to China. And then Trump goes to China and goes, okay, we won't give you the most advanced NVIDIA chip, but we'll give you the second most advanced chip. So you kind of go, are these actions actually reaching the stated goals? I submit not, but it's my opinion.
I have a question, and to Michelle, maybe you can lower the sound. So we have an international company. It's very small, but it's international, and we have operations in the US, and we have operations in Hungary, and we have to deal with ITAR. And just because now our US side is building a partnership, a joint venture with a government contractor on a Navy project, we have to raise a very strong Chinese wall so that our European engineers are not allowed to even see or touch. I have to hire somebody to manage the company in Hungary because I have to be part of the Chinese wall since I'm going to be on the Navy side, on the US side, and so wouldn't it make sense to at least have some exceptions to ITAR for NATO members or something like that? What are your thoughts? How doable would that be?
Yes, absolutely. That's all I can say. Absolutely. I mean, I could say more words past that, but I think it absolutely needs to be an exemption there. And I think it's justifiable, and there's certainly a lot of historical precedents to do so. The benefits far outweigh, I think, the downside.
For a successful panel, we have to collect microphones. For a successful AI future, we have to collect resources, different types of resources. Actually, human resource, we have to have money in order to execute the project, and we also, in the framework of AI, we need GPU capacity. So therefore, I have to raise the topic of AI diffusion rule, which was formulated by the previous US government, putting the word into 3 different tiers. and actually availing partner countries to have access to different amount of GPU capacity. This leads us to the question of sovereignty. How can a country be sovereign with enough GPU capacity? This is one of my harshest questions, so who would like to start?
Yes, again, in Hungary, I don't think it's a question. So we need, obviously, large computing capacity and investments. So I could count how much supercomputers, for example, we have in Hungary on one hand, or a half of one hand. And this is a large problem. And I think regarding what was decided earlier by a former US presidency or administration, so now we have the time of individual decisions. So I think, again, there is a situation where somehow centrally in Europe it has to be handled. So very shortly.
We have the AI Factory project and also the antenna projects connecting different countries to supercomputers as well. If there's no more remark with regards to this question, I may raise a very concrete one with regards to AI Act versus cybersecurity. We have the very famous AI Act, and in Article 15, we see that this does not stipulate for merely good AI. It requires an appropriate accuracy. And for systems deployed in critical infrastructure or enterprise security, who should own this obligation in practice? The model provider, the system integrator, the deployer, the CSIO, or the board itself?
Would be the firm that is looking to take advantage of that technology, and if it takes, you know, a board of inquiry and evidence and arguments from both sides of the Atlantic to make that case, then so be it. That is something that should be, I would think, on a petition basis and not be terribly secretive. It should be somewhat public, because companies like we're discussing here that enable AI to go forward safely and eventually will use AI to defend as well as support civilization development, have an obligation to do their best to develop without hindrance, unreasonable hindrance or unreasoned regulations. So I would think it would be at the board level, at the corporate level, and give them a chance to make their case.
Would it be reasonable to have an AI officer at every given company?
I expect that's coming without your prompting it, to be honest with you. It makes perfect sense. It's enough of an issue on several different levels, even making sure that the company's IP and its product is safe from attack or exfiltration. Extremely important, and that I could see that actually on both sides of the Atlantic being a hard requirement, and it makes perfect sense. The Anthropic and others have responsibility to make sure if they have a product that they develop in Anthropic that is clearly a significant threat in the hands of the wrong people, then I expect they're going to be, and they've already thought that, they've had that thought process going for a while. That should be taken into consideration and possibly shared with the expert panels within the agency that are responsible on both sides. So I agree.
That's the perfect thought to it. The industries who are showing us already how to work responsible in, again, pharmaceutical and medical fields have long time ago established ethical boards in order how to use medicine, how to use pharmaceutical products in an ethical way. And I do believe we all agree AI is as disruptional as you can imagine it, and therefore there should be a function responsible for the moral and ethical aspects, which then turn into liabilities and I don't see a possible way around that.
Well, first of all, I agree with my colleagues, both David and Johannes. So I don't have much more to offer, but I will just simply say that particularly I agree with the approach of board level down and CISO or CSO up.
Any additional comments?
Yes, it reminds me on cybersecurity 15 years ago, or 20 or 10, where it's very nice that someone goes out to the cloud and evades that, yes, we purchase the service which has to be compliant and secure, or we buy a product and we purchase the secure product, but at the end, companies are making their own configurations in the cloud, and it's very similar in AI. So normally the enterprise is responsible for its own intellectual property, so it has to be handled on client side as well.
It has already been mentioned that we are balancing in between regulation and innovation, or we may say between acceleration and control. If my dear panelist would have the opportunity to tell a minister, a regulator, or the board tomorrow, what is the single biggest security and sovereignty blind spot is, what would you say? The lack of talent, the lack of computing power, lack of legal clarity, over-dependence on non-European providers, weak audit evidence, fragmented enforcement, whatever, underestimated dual use risk, or some additional one. What would be the weakest point to cure?
Well, I think one of them clearly would be the failure, until maybe recently, of folks in the United States and maybe a bit more so in Europe, to appreciate the actual threat that is developing and now enhanced, unfortunately, made much more dangerous by AI in attacking basic structure of our civilization, the things that support it, which is critical infrastructure for the most part. That's really where I think the greatest threat is. We have, of course, attacks on universities, on research and development companies that are dealing with some interesting and potentially dangerous product because they may need them. It serves a purpose, but not protecting that information as best you can with the products that are available. When you know that those products are able to protect all of what you need to protect, that is at some point going to become a point of concern in all governments at all levels, right down to the county, water authority. So it's clear that folks have to make sure they stay up with the literature, I suppose, and make sure they realize what the level of threat is and how easy it is and how it changes with situations like Anthropic's release of Mythos some months ago, and adjust accordingly. So it's really a cultural thing. It's not a legal thing, but it could become legal, but it's cultural for now.
Funnily enough, my statement would be in the same direction. The possible fatigue within the cross-Atlantic partnership is not doing any of the sides any good. That is obvious. and apologies for stating the obvious, but the point behind that is that technologies are already taking different routes in their development. And as interesting this might be from a sheer scientific point of view, having standards out in NATO countries, out in the free Western world, was something that we could always rely on and that we saw as a civilizational advantage. And if we lose that point, it might lead to consequences that are not fully foreseeable today, but might have a major impact.
When I think of that question in terms of what could potentially be the single most important or critical security issue, I would first have to say it depends. I mean, it depends on who you are, where you are. You know, is it Europe? But Europe's big. Is it a particular country and it's going to be different? Is it the U.S.? Is it China? Is it, you know, is it a there are just so many security risks already, but if you haven't said, what is the biggest security risk in the US? Okay, you could perhaps answer that, but yeah, so I'll just answer that. What do I think the biggest security risk of AI right now? It's less a security risk as it is just a huge vulnerability. And that is, because I see it all the time, our workforce development, our talent pipeline. What we need is exponentially so much more than what we have. And one of the things I liked about this question was, how can we fix that, right? Therefore, we need to, as the question belies, how can we accelerate the education to better address these issues? That's the question. So having an answer is difficult, but the right questions are really, what can we do to accelerate the education in order to address the security risk, to address the vulnerabilities? And different countries, different regions have different vulnerabilities and different security risks. And yeah, I fall back. If you don't have the workforce, if you don't have the talent, all of the necessary infrastructures or the layers, the ecosystems, and all the great leadership in the world isn't going to help. But working individually as countries and regions and together as allies, how can we bridge this gap with better education? And what does that education look like? To Balázs's point earlier today, he said it's not sufficient to have, you know, professional certification or a micro certification or a badge in AI. Although everyone is offering, here's a professional AI certification, and if it's from an unaccredited institution, you're going to waste a lot of time and money. But yeah, I think a coordinated, integrated discussion and effort of how we can develop better education from both students and professionals, I think is the right question, and then the answers are going to be, it depends.
Yes, I'm very glad. Sorry.
I'd just like to raise a recent case, a legal matter in the United States, as possibly a warning or a signal about the responsibilities companies should consider well in advance of release of product, or as even as they're developing them. And it may not be fair, because our legal system is quite robust, as you know, in the United States. This book by Mr. Sankar, Mobilize, I recommend it, points out that we have a lot more lawyers. It seems like we have a lot more lawyers than we have engineers in the United States, and that has held back a fair amount of progress and innovation in our country because of that. But the Meta case, the Zuckerberg case, finding that company responsible for leading some young people to suicide by not watching closely enough to see what the reactions were, and at least like you would a drug compliance or a drug safety net you put across your patient group, not watching that closely enough and not taking seriously the evidence that had been piling up. Same thing with these kinds of technologies, that certainly there may be here, it would be regulatory, I expect. Over there, it's basically lawsuit. Those things should be in there. That AI person or anyone who develops something as advanced and as high potential as AI should be looking at that very closely. The legal department, I suppose, especially, with statisticians working with them very closely.
After many years, I am very happy that I can name two important things here in Hungary that someone hears it from the government side. One is the clear procurement in this country. We lost many, many years. And I don't want to go deep in this, but we have the capacity in the country and we have enough companies and expertise, but unfortunately not always they were able to come up and accept it to work. And the second one is what I would mention as a danger in this country is the enforceability of regulations, where we see that simply smaller part of companies are keeping themselves to them.
This is one of the hardest job of the moderator, to close a very interesting panel, but somehow we concluded to education and trusted talent flows, which is one of the most important job of us all, because in the Euro-Atlantic community we can only tackle the challenges together and lead to a very fruitful AI and cyber future. So I would like to thank for your very valuable contribution, and hopefully we can continue sooner than later. Thank you so much once again.
Instead of much introduction and no breaks, I would like to thank our previous speakers, because it's a fantastic topic and I'm sure that we can profit a lot, and we will continue the discussion. But we're honored now to have the person who is coming from the administration and who is overseeing an area that is so important for AI. And we're really honored to have here Péter Horváth from the Ministry of Science and Technology. And I think, this is well, we discussed it at the beginning of our day, that this is a special moment. We have a new start, a new government, and a new opportunity to think about the strategic choices that we have. So I believe this is something of an incredible value to have here the State Secretary. So please join me welcoming the State Secretary, and the floor is, you may stay there, or I would like to invite you here. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and apologies that I was not here earlier. Unfortunately, as was said, our days are becoming very busy, as we are very newbies. So it's a very big pleasure to welcome you all here, and thank you very much for attending on the Budapest AI and Security Symposium. Just let me introduce myself a bit, because probably you think I'm a dry state secretary, but I'm actually coming from research. And 6 weeks ago, I was sitting next to my computer, and I'm an AI scientist by training. In the last 25 years, I was working with all sorts of neural networks to deep learning, and got more than 20,000 citations, so very much in the AI and cancer research business. and recently we started a new government, and one very big intent of ours is to have specialists on the special positions. So my vice secretaries are also scientists and innovators coming from large industry and research. So I'm very delighted that BAISS becoming one of the region's leading forum here where AI, cybersecurity, business and public policy meets. And during the last 6 to 8 weeks, we spent the time to try to understand what research and innovation needs. So what we did is basically we went to the Academy of Sciences, research institutes, startuppers, larger SMEs, and asked what they want. And we discussed with them, and this is the way how I imagine to work also for the future, is that we would like to have an active discussion with those members of the country who are we are in charge of those fields of research and innovation, and the conclusion is very interesting. So a definite aim in the country is to help science becoming better and innovation becoming more efficient. And while discussing these entities, it turns out that one of the very important fields is to make education and awareness. And this is probably the most important strategy what we are going to follow, is that we would like to teach people, teach in the high school, in the university, the old ladies, the big professors, the innovators, what is innovation, and that includes AI as well as the topic of this meeting. And on the other hand, make our young people to like science. And make them curious to become scientists if they can be so. And another thing what we discovered, it's probably not a big discovery though, is that instead of talking about what is the essence of innovation, we would like to have a much probably clearer direction, and we will follow most likely a strategy that we put grand challenges for the country. These grand challenges are dedicated topics where we would like to concentrate our energies, and these topics are concentrated around our environment, health, and technology. And I mean, this is probably also not a big surprise. Basically, these topics cover most of our world, right? But we have more dedicated questions in the country. For example, there is no rain here, or almost no rain. If you look at our agriculture in the last 10 years, you actually become very sad of realizing that the climate change had a real impact here. We also have AI, right? Or I mean, we have AI in the country to some extent. I don't think our AI research is world famous, but we need to act on that. We have AI companies, so we are trying to discover what are these topics where we will concentrate for the future. But these will be approximately 3, and one of the third one is health. We are in an aging society. Cancer is becoming more prone, as well as heart diseases and any age-related diseases. So very likely the third topic will be something to help on that, maybe to make the expected age higher or so. As you see, so these are clear directions, or becoming clear. I'm only there for 6 weeks yet, so don't expect something very clear. But what you should see is there are 3 horizontal pillars. Though one is education, that I started with.
each of these topics needs education. The second one is actually the role of human sciences. Human sciences is very exciting. We, as like almost everybody from AI field, likely think that AI or engineering sciences are the sciences, probably biology as well. It's my other field, but we should not forget that we have economists around us. We have lawyers around us. We have those people who are for the society, for the social, and they are a very fundamental part of figuring out how to solve these problems and how to communicate these problems. And the last one, which actually I wanted to conclude, is AI. That is probably the largest part of all our problems that we are facing with and what we are solving. I'm sure everyone uses AI in one or the other way. Researchers use it somehow. Defense people use it in another way. But our program is to have 3 vertical and 3 horizontal legs, and one of these will be definitely AI in all aspects. So here you talk about the legal and security aspects. In other places we talk about how to make it modular. Others also talk about how to make research. But this is very important. This is very important for us, and therefore we are very thankful that you guys come together and deal with this. And of course, our ambition is to make AI usage better in the country, to make people aware of agentic AI, just simple use of AI, but also the threats of AI. That is probably the topic also of this get-together, and also the legal aspects. So this is definitely in our focus as well. I should also mention, probably a couple of sentences back, you remember I was not like super positive about our AI research. It could be better, but we do everything to make it better. One who are coming from Europe may know what is ALICE. ALICE is the European initiative for machine learning, and we are working hard on establishing an ALICE Institute in Hungary, and the government will give everything to be able to establish an ALICE Institute, which is the most prominent groups of institutions researching AI in Europe. This is fundamental, but actually from the fundamental, the big industry actually comes around, and this is also our big hope. Also, it was mentioned before, I could only listen 20 minutes, so I apologize for that, but I heard about AI infrastructure. AI infrastructure is super important. Those who are in Europe know that Europe, as Europe does very hard attempts to be competitive with the US and China infrastructure. We have these gigafactories that are contributions from the whole commission and are building up. There are quite a few of them, and big ones are being made soon. Of course, Hungary is investing into that and uses them. So this is one of the big strategy of the country, is to help in building up the European infrastructure, but we also need local environments for known reasons. We will also invest into that. We are very committed to help that. Those Hungarians know, I think, that it was the topic also of the previous government, but probably not as strong as it is now. Probably the first sign we show that we have a dedicated technology and science and technology ministry, which was not there before. We also have a state secretary of technology and a state co-secretary of AI. So it's definitely in our focus, much more than it was before. And again, after 6 weeks, I can only promise that it will be good, but I promise it will be very good, whether it helps. Yeah, so one last thing I wanted to mention is that there were several initiatives in the country to help AI, but there was not a dedicated agency. And now we just decided a couple of days ago that we will have a dedicated AI agency. This will be a part of a couple of agencies who work on emerging technologies. We here think AI is an emerging technology. I just seen the Chinese next 5 years plan, and AI is not there anymore. So they actually think about the next steps. But let's put it like that. That AI for us is definitely an emerging technology. What we would like to put. I can mention 2 other ones. The others are still under negotiation. Biotechnology will be one other. And space research is a third one where we surely will have strong agencies. And I think this is all relevant here as about security. Yeah, and with that, I again thank you very much for coming over, for those who were flying, also those who came from shorter distance. Wish you a nice continuation. I think tomorrow you will have an even bigger event, and wish you a great success for the rest of the conference. And thank you very much that I could share my thoughts. Hopefully this is, although it's very early as we just started, will be helpful for engaging you and working with us for the future. Thank you so much. And of course, if you have any questions or remarks, I'm very happy to take them.
Fantastic, thank you. I just wanted to ask maybe, because I would like to ask the sponsor and the organizer of our event, Balázs Nagy, to just tell you maybe 2 sentences about the NoéMI project that launched this, because we have the 2 founders, Balázs Nagy and Massimiliano Albanese here from Washington, D.C. And then, of course, we have a great expertise here with the professors around the table who are just on the topic, and with the security experts. So I think, if you can spare a few moments, we very much appreciate it.
Yes, so thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you here, and especially because many of us have been building this event for the last few years, and as you can imagine, it was not very hard. We have, not very easy. We have Dr. Vajda, who was there, who was supporting us through the past as well, and so we had some goodwill from the past, but it's much easier now, and your presence is showing it, and that's a new wind, and we're all welcoming, and actually many people who are here. In the past, they came because of Réka and I really making that effort, but this is now turning. So we created last time with Massimiliano, this idea came 9 months ago to create Project NoéMI, which is the name is for, we're building Noah's Ark, Noé, for machine intelligence, or in Hungarian, mesterséges intelligencia. So NoéMI is easy to remember, but it went beyond now. So the analogy now, we're beyond that analogy, and what we're doing is an accelerator for AI fluency, not just for individuals, because as you know, there is many sources to help individuals come up to speed on AI, but 2 main differentiators that came out, and maybe Professor Alex Szalay from Johns Hopkins, who summarized it well. We need a train-the-trainer model that is exponentially growing, because this is an exponential situation. The other is we need to make sure that that system helps actual companies to implement AI, not individuals in the company who are strong in AI, because that still just makes cowboys in a company that doesn't make a coherent governed architecture. So we're building, it's a coherent governed architecture that companies can adopt and can use with the changing AI, daily changing AI, to provide them a stability in this exponentially changing world. Massimiliano, do you want to add anything?
I think you covered it completely. But one thing that I noticed while you were speaking, you mentioned grand challenges. And coincidentally, George Mason just launched last year the Grand Challenge Initiative, or GCI, identifying six solutions area that we want to align most of the research with. One of them being digital innovation. So I think there is something in common that we should expand. But this is an initiative of the university president, and it's a $15 million investment over the next 5 years. We ran a first call for proposals this past year, and the winners were announced just a couple of weeks ago, with projects starting this month. And next year we will have a series of events every quarter, which we're gonna call the GCI Exchange Days, when we're gonna bring together the Mason community. One of the things that we realize in doing this is that faculty are very good at not working with other faculty. Meaning that they work within the confines of their lab or their small group, and they tend to collaborate with a very limited number of people within their network. But it's more difficult to work across departments, across colleges within the same university. And in order to break those barriers, one of the requirements for this, to submit a proposal for the Grand Challenge Initiative, was that the proposal needed to be interdisciplinary, with more than one college involved. In fall of 2025, we held a series of events, including a in-person matchmaking event, which was intended to not only bring people together, but give an opportunity to faculty to tell in 30 seconds, 1 minute, what their idea was and what type of skills they were looking for to complete their team. And the result was over 40 proposals. Of course, each cycle, the university is only going to fund 2 large and 5 small. But the interesting thing is that the large proposals that we funded are 750 for 3 years. Normally, university seed funding is in the order of tens of thousands. So usually they are very small seed grants, mostly intended for junior faculty, almost as a startup package to help them get started with the research. But in this case, it's a strategic investment where assistant professors were explicitly told, this is not for you to lead. These are catalyst proposals that we won't be able to generate a 5x return on the investment. So there's a lot going on from that point of view. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully I did not interrupt you. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much, and congratulations for the NoéMI projects. Probably, this is one of the beautiest Hungarian name, actually. And congratulations to both of you for organizing the event. And as a reflection, yeah, so Grand Challenge is nothing new in Finland. There already 10 years ago, the big research allies run such Grand Challenges. But what is the lesson to learn if you make it in a governmental level is that you need an execution partner that is a government who should run it in a way that knows exactly what comes in 5 years, 10 years, but not only that, also in 6 months and 1 month. And this is the largest challenge what came out of these grand challenges, is that the governments should know, or whoever is the governing board, it's a university or a society, should have an agenda that is very well determined for the next step and for the long-term vision. And I think this is something what we should learn, we should execute, otherwise it won't be successful. And we are thinking about big money, $1 to $2 billion scale. So it's a reasonable money to put into such a project, or
projects. It's a large set of projects, of course. So yes, I think this is good in a way that the entity as a whole can fight for one challenge to be reached, but also to be understood, and I think this is very important. And the other thing what you mentioned, I think this will be one of our big challenges as well, is how to make the local entities to work together. This was ever a big problem. The same in Hungary is groups within a university or across cities is never easy. We should figure out how to do that. Nowadays, recently I've seen this as a trend that it becomes it started working in Hungary for some reasons, but I think this is one thing what we should actually very hardly work very hard that we succeed on that.
Yeah, you're 100% right on the idea of the execution part. And in fact, one of the reasons Project NoéMI came to light is because our university, but in general, any university, does not have the capability of updating teaching materials on almost on a weekly basis, like it's needed for something like advanced AI trainings. We're lucky if instructors can update their materials every semester. And the idea that we pushed that I pushed to the provost and to the leadership is that we need a partner. We need an industry partner who does this for a living, who knows this technology, because they have to use them on a daily basis. They have to get up to date constantly, so they are in a perfect position to teach that material. Our instructors will update the material next semester, if we're lucky.
Yeah.
So you're 100% right. And also, we talk extensively today about the exponential scale of these problems. Today's problems, the problems that we're trying to fix, are extremely complex. We cannot work like we used to in silos, where every small department, every researcher works on their own little problems. We're not going to go anywhere if we don't put more minds together to try and have a discussion to solve the bigger challenges.
Thank you so much. One comment from Professor Szalay, and then we let you go.
So I think I was really very glad to hear that you're getting ready to commit $1 billion investment in Hungary, potentially. But so there has been a worldwide trend lately that the federal funding in most countries has become very bimodal. So they either fund $300,000 grants for individual researchers, which really can't do very much, or they do the $1 billion projects, which on the other hand takes 3 to 5 years. They are typically micromanaged by the government, and this also means that by the end of the deployment, it's actually it's already behind the wave. So the technology is becoming obsolete. So there is actually a mid-scale funding emerging. Both the federal agencies, NIH and NSF, realized, but also foundations like Eric Schmidt and Jim Simons and Gordon Moore are stepping in. And so basically giving for grant challenges, but they are giving them, $10, $20 million, but at a very accelerated, aggressive time scale, where they try to cross-fertilize with the agility of Google and the companies that they were leading. So I think so if you are ready to spend $1 billion in Hungary on AI, it would be worthwhile thinking about spending rather $900 million on the big project and identify $10 million moonshots. Mm-hmm. When you look at AlphaFold, the Nobel Prize winning, it was 30 people in the core DeepMind. You can find 30 people in Hungary who are talented. The computing was probably a few hundred GPUs. Hungary can stand up a cluster, so from $10 million you could set up a small group which would have the capabilities of AlphaFold. And they can, if they can find a solvable problem that they can solve in 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Thank you. So I answered that. Unfortunately, after that, I need to run. So it's not $1 billion on AI. It's on the grand challenges. So just to make sure that we understand. Yeah, but to tell you the scales, what we have in mind is that we have our fundamental research fund. Probably you remember from the old days, OTKA. So we have the predecessor of OTKA that will be enlarged in the future with 2 legs. The one is for young postdocs, but the other one is for excellent scientists with a scale similar to ERC. So it's like a larger one, and that is going to be followed up by a grant structure called the mission, and this is what you scale like $5-10 million. This is in that scale with the attempt to go from fundamental research to industry, and this is what I would like to strengthen in the future. And thirdly, the one mistake was definitely made by previous governments is the industrial funding and startup funding. We should not consider startup funding as a grant, but it should be something like a venture. But unfortunately, there is a risk, a very high risk in early startups, right? So what we are planning is to join together the government, private funds, and eventually with the European Investment Fund, and so that the government takes a higher risk in the early phase, and the other parties in like smaller percentage. And as we go to TRL higher levels, then we swap it so that the risk is smaller, so private can come with a larger asset. So this is what we are currently thinking about, because if private capital as a venture appears, then we can eliminate the risk of being able to track the projects, because anyway privates will only put money if they see the progress. So that's a bit of a plan yet. So it's early to say that it's written in stone, but this is our plan. And with that, I'm really grateful that I could talk to you, but unfortunately I need to run. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. We very much appreciate it. It's really wonderful. And don't go away. We're going to the next panel without a break.
We have come to our closing panel, which is a 5-year plan to surpass. And thank you. I wanted to ask our distinguished speakers for this panel to sit over to the main desks. Our keynote speaker is Ms. Monika Zsigri. Thank you. Mr. Balázs Nagy, Professor Dr. Alex Szalay. We have a video message from Eli Brzezinski, and our moderator will be Mr. Vilmos Rádi. Please. Thank you. Anywhere you wish to.
The end of the day, for the closing panel, we will look to the far future. So we are going to look into the far future, as we should. So we are dealing with long-term planning and tackling the details that what kind of opportunities Europe shouldn't and absolutely cannot miss in the next 5 years. And since Alex has to leave soon, I guess this is your turn. So please tell us, what do you think from the university perspective?
Okay, so I think it's relatively easy to, make a prediction or make planning on a 1-year time scale. But with AI, planning on a 5-year time scale, how in the hell do we know, what's going to happen even in the next 12 months? But one can at least think about the scale. So I think it's quite realistic to especially, in the context of NoéMI, so to expect that in 1 year you will actually have the first kind of viable open source model that is trained or then fine-tuned with the appropriate data sets. But so I think in order to get anywhere you want to get beyond it, you will have to have the capability to actually run the models on a significant test population or population of test users. So, and this doesn't mean just buying GPUs. You will also need to build a data infrastructure and networking capabilities. So you have to somehow find a source. And probably if you want to have something in place in year 2 or 3, you will have to start working on this now as well. So you can't kind of think about. One possibility that is emerging in the US that these mid-scale challenges are, and new players are coming into this. So these are the Eric Schmidts and the billionaires in the internet companies and the AI community. And not everybody is like Elon Musk, so there are some, so for example, Eric Schmidt is the adult in the room who is kind of thinking carefully, thoughtfully, and he's actually investing a lot of money. He's set up a science foundation. I will have a video con with them at 6 o'clock. But he's investing this year about $1 billion in 4 astronomical observatories. And this is just the astronomy part of Schmidt Sciences. He's setting up, I think, hundreds of Schmidt fellows all over the world who then require computations. So, and what is typical about them, that they try not to fund like the NSF. They try to fund much higher risk projects and have expectations of extremely fast turnaround and delivering results yesterday. So he's still acting as if he was the CEO of Google. And the other typical example of these is that they try to also follow the Google model. So they realized that AlphaFold would not have been possible, for example, without the ProteinDB data set. That was a public open source data set for the genomic sequences and the spatial structure of proteins. It took $20 billion to create it over 20 years for the world's community. And this was available as an open resource, and Google took it. They would never have spent the money to do it. But without this, there would be no AlphaFold. When you look back in the big breakthroughs in science, it was the Human Genome Project, which emerged out of private-public partnerships the same way. Then I spent 20 years of my life on the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, which is called Sloan because it was funded by the Sloan Foundation, and it revolutionized astronomy. And there is AlexNet. So AI was actually growing out of the image recognition challenges. And until somebody put together a critical size data set and the CFAR data, this would not have happened. So you need to create these large data sets that the companies will not produce because it's not in their mission for the increasing shareholder value. But there are people who are willing to fund it, and then you need actually smart people with a disruptive idea to create new discoveries, and not just science, because the AI emerged from this. So there may be people. Many of these billionaires today are mostly in America. In Europe, there are fewer billionaires who are willing to donate money, but there are exceptions. So the person who gave Klaus Tschira in Germany, who was one of the richest people in Germany, spent almost all his money. He was a physicist. He spent almost all his money in funding the core sciences. So there may be people actually in Europe who can be actually convinced of funding at least $20 million-ish projects, which are the sweet spot, I think, of science today. And the other message is that on a 5-year time scale, try to identify some data sets that can be created by using many, many inexpensive parts, like Google built the computers not out of supercomputers but cheap motherboards, and then use clever software and AI to integrate them into a robust and fail-safe system. So, and that's the trick in scalability, and our whole society is heading this way. You know, the microsatellites, the smartwatches and the cell phones used as inexpensive sensors everywhere. There's a wealth of data, but it is not calibrated, but we need smart systems that can kind of self-calibrate and pull out the truths out of these very noisy and very large data sets, which includes all the language and all the images taken. And you know, I'd like to conclude with a sentence from William Gibson, the guy who wrote Neuromancer, which was kind of started the cyberpunk culture. He said that the future is already here, but it's unevenly distributed. So, you know, so Hungary cannot do everything for everybody, but we can isolate a few centers of excellence, which can be worldwide competitive. There are, if you look at DeepMind and all over in the high-tech companies, Andrej Karpathy, so there are brilliant people of Hungarian origin, and you know, today they are commanding $1 million salary, but maybe some of them are ready to retire at the age of 30 and come back here. So I think I would kind of keep an eye out.
So the next question goes to Monika Zsigri. So from the European Commission's perspective, what Europe can do to accelerate the research of AI without compromising the traditional European values like trust, stability, and good AI governance.
Well, I am an outlier here. First of all, I'm an economist, yeah? So one of the skill sets that you apparently anyway need, even if we're talking about AI. And the other one is that I work on energy security. So when we are talking about AI, I actually connect the two, and I would like to just show a bit what AI means in a specific sector, which is energy security. And when we talk about energy and AI, it's kind of a symbiosis because both of them need each other. If there is something happens in the energy system, then you can say bye to your economy and many aspects of life. So I cannot promise anything. I cannot commit the European Commission to anything. However, the European Commission has been already thinking about what to do around digitalization and AI, and what it sees in the coming years. So I will just a bit go through the main elements that we see, because AI and digitalization are both obviously an opportunity but also a threat, or at least it has security aspects that are actually quite critical. What we have seen also during these past crises and the current crisis that we are going through is that the choice that the EU is taking is digitalize, electrify, decarbonize its economy. And when it comes to the energy system, it means that it's electrifying heavily, which needs now digital elements. We cannot focus on always expanding infrastructure. We need to make it smarter. When we need to digitalize, then we see also AI as a great opportunity to help it. There are a few things that AI can help the system to do. It can help reduce the cost, it can peak shave, it can make the system more efficient, it can find the weaknesses of the system where things can be improved. However, finding these weaknesses is also something that other people and third parties can do. Those may not be too friendly to the European system, and so it also raises several security concerns. We had just a panel on cyber security aspects and security aspects, and those are definitely things that we have to focus on. But recognizing all these issues, the Commission loves roadmaps and action plans and strategies, so it came up with an energy, an AI and digitalization roadmap for the energy sector. And there are a few interesting things that appear in that, so take those forecasts or plans as a commitment, if you will. So one of the things is that what AI needs are actually data centers. So it requires a lot of energy, and the current energy system may not be able to fully support that. So we need to find a way to handle. There is a plan to triple Europe's data center capacity in the next 5 to 7 years. Already today, an electricity consumption of data centers reaches 2.5% of energy consumption in the EU. In Ireland, that is 20%. These are numbers that are extremely high, and if the energy system is not able to handle the risks that comes with it, then obviously we have a problem. The way the Commission sees also to address partly these risks is to roll out model tripartite agreements. These tripartite agreements are practically a cooperation between data center operators, energy actors, and public authorities to ensure that any AI projects and data centers, they actually support the grid rather than put them into risk. And then there is also a plan to introduce an EU-wide rating scheme for these data centers to assess them and measure their performance when it comes to energy efficiency, water use, flexibility, etc. So this is the element of what the energy sector or energy can do for AI. Now, what can do AI for energy or for the energy system? So there is an example, for example, in the Netherlands. There is a vehicle-to-grid car sharing scheme. This is electric vehicles to store surplus solar power that is then given back to the grid during peak hours. This is happening today. Why not roll that out as well? I think we have also heard about AI foundation models. So that is something that we can do so that we do train those AI models within the EU with EU data, energy data, so that it helps manage congestion on the system and allow more integration of renewables and optimize system. And there is also an investment, because money is always comes up as a question when it comes to the EU, to invest close to 300 million euros in research and innovation projects over the next 2 years to support the development of new digital and AI solutions for the energy sector. And the third pillar of this roadmap is data, and I think also, again, we talked about it. So you do need data for AI. And there is a plan to establish an EU framework for cross-border energy data exchange so that it will make it easier for smart energy services, for example, demand response or bidirectional EV charging to actually operate across borders. And the secondary use of this data can actually feed into AI model development. Just a small side tour to skills, because we also talked about skills today. We have to look at hybrid talent or hybrid skills, so it is not enough to be knowledgeable on the technology side or but you also need to combine that with, for example, when it comes to the energy sector, with energy system knowledge. So we need engineers who understand AI, but also data scientists who understand a bit of energy. And finally, my final point is cooperation. I think, again, that was also mentioned today. We need to work with like-minded partners, and then in which area that is, or which circle, that always depends, but G7, the International Energy Agency, there's also Clean Energy Ministerial, and well beyond. But I mean, these international partnerships need to be found in order to pull together all the capabilities that we have. So this is my take, or this is my contribution to this discussion as an economist, as someone who knows more energy than AI. Thank you.
Last but not least, Balázs Nagy, the organizer of this conference. And, oh, sorry. as Dean of the University of Óbuda, what do you think, how can the universities further our AI development, and how can they help Hungary's situation in this international era?
Yeah, thanks. I can say a few words about in general, and then about what we are doing. So I will be much more confident in the second phase. About the first one, I'm not quite sure. So joining to the professor, I do not see what will be happening in the next 5 years. It would be really hard to, how to say, to see in the future. What I hope is what not becoming. Just really a quick talk. I've seen a TikTok. In this TikTok, it was 3 guys, main entrepreneurs, as old age guys, and they said that, yeah, you know, in 2030, that was the year when everybody lost their job, and we need to do something. That was the year when we established 3 of us. I do not say who were in the videos for purpose. Of course, it was deepfake. We established Enerfit. Enerfit was the main contribution for us because it provided a purpose for people. Doing, and then was a skin. Everybody was healthy, really muscular, running on a bike, you know, and that was the main purpose of Enerfit, to provide the purpose for humanity, let me say. And they running on a bike, making energy for AI. At the beginning, I laughing, then I not. So this is the skin, what I hope it will not be coming. And I say a few words, so it would be really, let me say, as a Hungarian word, vagabond to predict anything. So IBM just announced a couple of weeks ago the 0.7 nanometer manufacturing capacity. So the silicon atom is not much smaller than this one. So I don't know what they will do with this technology, but my prediction for the next 12, 18 months, they will be able to implement LLMs on silicon. This is a prediction. Maybe it's not happening, I'm not quite sure, but that would be a really higher abstraction layer for anybody. So can you imagine an era when the input of chips are not zeros and ones anymore instead of prompts, and the output will be mathematical calculations. So this is one prediction for me, maybe a sci-fi. What I'm expecting is the role of the universities will be significantly changed. I don't know towards to what direction, but quality insurance will be a big part of it, I'm quite sure. And democratization of knowledge will be happening, I think. So if you have a smartphone and $1 every month, then you will be able to consume and sourcing knowledge in an appropriate way for you. So democratization of knowledge will be happening, I'm quite sure. I have this, how to say, I have a vision as well that how will the education looks like, maybe 5 years, maybe not as 5 years, but if you remember the latest series of Star Trek movies, 2009. Okay, so in one of the introduction scheme of this, there was a scheme from planet Vulcan, where Spock, as a young cadet, was educated. So it was really something which will be happening, I think. So there were education pits. Every Vulcan child sit in these pits and multiple AIs educating them. Yeah, it was a sci-fi, 2009, but I think it's really close to us as a university. So maybe not a too good perspective, but I think it will be happening. About Óbuda. So we are really determining that we became the first AI native university in Hungary and Central Europe. Maybe these are big words, but we are really on the way. So what we are doing at the moment is to transform the whole operation of the university to AI ready, AI first thinking, and let me say AI native. What I personally want to achieve as a special advocate for AI at the university, my role and goal is to manage this transformation. This is the expectation from me, is that when somebody at the university, even at the physical workers, I mean the core staff, physical workers or faculty, so when they face to a problem, they need to think first to AI and AI usage. This is what I think it means. And yeah, there are many good established systems. When we just open like Microsoft's Copilot, personally as a scientist, we developed a really cool stuff. It's agentic discovery platform, really advanced human-centered research platform, really similar to Cloud for Science, but this is not what I'm talking about. We need to step back and we need to put AI to the simplest level as possible. When somebody talks to me about AI usage, I usually have a quick response. Have you opened Power Automate and used the Copilot there in order to make an automation by using AI on your own process? And I will be satisfied when the answers will be 50% yes. This is my purpose.
Well, as founder of the NoéMI project, I know that you are a little bit concerned about Hungarian culture, the future of the Hungarian language, and it would be nice if you can speak about your plans, how AI can help to maintain the Hungarian culture in the future.
And I was hoping that I can finish just in time, but now you're asking me a question that's going to be much bigger. No, actually, this is a great question because before even we launched Project NoéMI, 4 years ago, this was the topic 4 years ago of the first BAISS conference, which was not called BAISS yet at the time. We didn't come up with this catchy name until I met Réka. I don't know where she is. But yes, so as soon as large language models appeared, we started having conversation informally, even with Alex, and many people were having that thought that this may become a problem. But at the time, we didn't have such a clear idea of how to solve it. Like myself, I thought you had to create a specialized LLM. And then you told me, Alex, that we may have to just do fine-tuning. Today, I think maybe we're back to creating specialized LLMs. One thing is sure, that very soon we will have very capable open source models. And as Alex intuited, those models need to be including very high quality corpus for each culture. I think that's the solution. Not create a separate LLM for each culture, but one that each culture can contribute to with a very high quality corpus that has been vetted. And knowing that we will have these open source LLMs, it comes that companies that will succeed and countries that will succeed economically will not depend on their capabilities of creating an LLM. What will be the key is their capability of adopting AI securely and in a way that's useful for companies in those countries. And that's going to be the differentiator. And currently, China treats this as a systemic adoption at a national level. And we're not doing that yet. And so this is, I think, what we need to catch up with. So this is one of the directions that we're taking NoéMI with, as the trainer train the trainer. And because of this methodology for the next 12 months, and my prediction is only going to be to what we commit to with this joint program with George Mason, and we have very prestigious universities sitting around, and we welcome others to join us, because the more we are with high quality people, high quality knowledge, we can succeed. And maybe Professor Szalay, you can drop a good word for us with Eric Schmidt, who knows? So the next 12 months, we would like to establish a fast track for AI adoption in Europe, in the US, and maybe even in Latin America. So it's a little bit the Western world to counterbalance China. I'm not saying we want to trounce China, we just want to achieve equilibrium. I think the interest of humanity is equilibrium. China has shown that they're moving forward, they're not waiting for us. We need to catch up, I think, and that's our next 12 months. And as Alex said, 5 years is hard to predict, but we would like to basically decouple the growth of technology from the traditional headcount for humans. And for that, what's important is that we keep evolving human knowledge and the role of human with AI. That's going to keep changing, predicting how it's going to look. It's hard. Some people think that we're going to merge and we'll be like the Borg. Some people have other visions. Some think it's dystopian. For some, it's like nice Star Trek kind of direction. But that's going to be my conclusion on where we're headed. I don't know, Alex, if you want to add anything as a final word. We have just a few minutes.
Yeah. No, I think the way I would put it, that society will require a trusted intermediary between provide the stability that you're talking about. You know, and I think there is a genuine need for creating such a trusted intermediary who isolates essentially people having, you know, we are, I think at this point, prepared to change our cell phones every 2 or 3 years. It has to be this easy to keep up, I think, with AI.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, Vilmos, and I'll let you conclude.
Thank you. I don't know if any of the attendees have any questions for the speakers. Okay, so if not, then I know that we are on time. So sadly, I should have asked some questions, but probably in private. So I'm very happy that I could be the moderator. Thank you for this opportunity. And I hope this event was very insightful for all of the attendees. And I guess we expect you to meet you next year for the 5th AI Symposium in Budapest.